Hi there, and welcome back to another typical tea, relaxing long play. In this Camp to Kingdom video, we set out with the fresh settlers, growing our people from the roots up. From early skirmishes to town planning, we follow our own path as we watch the fires of trouble burn around us, and build up fortifications as we look to battle our adversaries. Without further ado, grab a drink, make yourself comfortable, and relax alongside me in Manor Lords. First things first, let's have a look at what fertility we've ended up with. So it doesn't look like we've got great fertility here. We are going to be able to grow a little bit of rye in this region, and it's this third region that is ripe with fertility. So it remains to be seen whether or not we're going to be able to claim that before our opponent. For the time being though, what do we have here? So we've got fish, we've got a rich deposit of mushrooms, we've got some clay, we've got some salt. Over in the next region, lots of eel, lots of mushrooms again. And then it's rich berries. And over here it's rich clay. So actually it looks like there is no rich iron deposit on this map anywhere. In fact, is that the only iron deposit? Of any kind it is. So we're definitely going to be buying that in trade-wise. And as with this map as always, it's fairly close, it's fairly small, so we're not going to be building any grand constructions this time. Okay, well let's have a think about how we want to get started then. Obviously we're going to need the usual starting amenities, and we'll be starting with our granary and our storehouse so we can get our goods inside. And I think really we're going to be governed by fertility. We are going to want to grow a little bit of rye. It's not likely we're going to grow much barley, but we can always try. So that's going to be over here. So anything sort of... it looks like there's also some good fertility in here. So what I might start by doing is just marking out our fertile areas. So let's take a road that winds down from the top here and winds back down to here. And we'll get the curvature up to just right. We'll build that down so it links with that road. And that's giving us a nice curve down by where our fertility is, so we know what to build on it. And we're also going to do the same around here. So we'll start here and we'll just curve this around. Might be a little bit too much there. Let's bring that back a little bit. In fact, let's come back a little bit more. We might even go for a bit more pointed over here. Just take a couple of points. How's that? Yeah, okay. That's actually pretty good for a freehand. I'm okay with that. That gives us this space here to play with in terms of getting our settlement started. We've also got some fertility over here, and eventually we'll probably get a small settlement over there. But for the time being, we're going to want to get a granary and a storehouse, so I think we might as well set that on this main road. That might also do to feed some of the area over here. And it's also nice and close to our starting setup. So let's get a granary and a storehouse constructed there by the river. And I think we'll probably build roads either side of those eventually that cross over. So I'm going to get those roads in now so we know where we're going to put those bridges, so we don't accidentally build over it later. So let's let them get work started on that construction. In terms of foresting, probably want to be mostly foresting on this side of the river. So I think this might be a good place to have our starting camp. So let's put our logging camp just there, and we will be putting our woodcutter's lodge next to that as well. And we'll just build a little road here. This might be good for a little industrial area. Despite the bit of fertility that's here, I think realistically we're probably better off using this for construction. we'll build a little road there parallel to where we're putting our logging camp for starters. Let's get a worker at the granary and the storehouse, and let's put a temporary road that's going to lead people here a little bit faster from our initial starting area, and hopefully that's going to help them get the supplies in nice and quickly, so if we do have any bad weather, it's tucked away safely. Okay, with our logging camp, let's get a couple of families working there straight away so we can start to gather in those additional logs we're going to need. And hopefully, as we can see, we've started to get those initial starting supplies tucked away in a safe place. Let's move the hitching post and we'll put it over here by the logging camp, where it's hopefully going to be a little bit more useful to us. And we'll speed time along a little bit, and if we're done with people gathering all the materials in, which it looks like we are, we're going to unassign them, and the next thing we're going to think about is food. So I think it probably makes sense to get gathering those berries. So what we're going to do, not berries, sorry, those mushrooms. So obviously we don't want to damage those deposits. They come down as far as there, those bushes. So we'll take a road here, and I think this will kind of be the top of our starting settlement. We'll try and line these roads up so we've got a nice and straight one across the top here. And then I think as well we're probably done with this road now. It served its purpose. We'll take a road right from where we think this bridge is going to be, all the way up. And then let's get a foraging camp, foraging hut set up right where we can get easy access to those bushes, which I think is going to be just about here, so that we can start to get some much needed food in. And we're starting to gather in some logs, which is excellent as well. In fact, let's get a third family working on bringing in those logs, and then we're also going to want to sort out a water supply. I think this is probably a good place to have that down on the main road, so we'll plop that down there. And then when it comes to housing, how do we want to start this? So we're probably going to have some sort of market down here in between these bridges to service settlements on both sides of the river. So we want everyone to have easy access, and if we're going to have two banks of houses on the right hand side here, for example, if we put them this way, then the second set behind is going to have a harder time for access. So I think we might take our first row of houses right at the centre of this road and spread all the way out to this rear road. And that's going to give us a good set of properties that are going to be ripe for building extensions in the back for vegetables and possibly trees as well. Obviously at the moment we need to get rid of our homeless people's tents anyway, so we might start just with the first half and build the next half a little bit later on. We're up to 7 logs, so we're almost enough. So let's take our road across there, snap down to there. How's that looking? Pretty good. And let's reduce that down so we get double in each. And we'll go a bit further again, because these are going to be our first vegetable plots. And we'll build those there. And that's going to clear those people out of those tents. And then straight away we're going to reduce the number of people working at our logging camp by 1 and get 2 people working at the forager's hut, maybe even reducing that down to 1 family at the logging camp so that we can get on and get these buildings constructed. The well is in position already, and we've started to get some people working on foraging some of our mushrooms. With the first 3 houses up, let's get extensions built on those, expansions, so that we can get all of our families plus 1 living space inside of these homes we've set up already. We're bringing in a little bit of food now, so let's go ahead and get a woodcutter set up so that we can start to bring in some of that firewood we're going to need for the winter. And we're going to pop that just next to our first hitching post. And we're also going to order another ox with some of our starting money. And we're going to get another hitching post set up, and we're going to put this just next to the well. We can see we've got families moving into those properties that have had the expansions, and we've already got rid of the homeless people's tents. We're up to 6 timber, so we'll look to get some more properties set up here pretty quickly so we continue to have space for people to move in. So let's draw this out to the full size here, and we can have another 3 even larger plots. They might be really good for our first orchards, so I'm going to go ahead and build those there. It might be on the other side here. We have 2 rows of properties, and the first one can be smaller dwellings with little extensions on the back. But for the moment, this is going to be a good start for us. So we've got our new hitching post ready for when our second ox arrives, and we've got our woodcutter's lodge under construction as well. Let's get down our market. So I think the market is, we'll probably have one either side of the storehouse and granary here. We may even need another storehouse and granary in the future, possibly exactly opposite these two on this side of the river. So I'm not going to leave any space either side, and we're just going to build 2 square plots. No bigger than they need to be. In fact, we might turn off road snapping for this. It'll be a little bit smaller than that again, just for 2 double rows. And that looks pretty good as our settlement level increases there. And we'll build one on this side as well. Snap to the road to start with. I think it's fine that this one is a little bit smaller. We may even make it a little longer, but thinner. I think that's good. We're ready to form the militia, so we'll get our first spear unit put together. And it's time to pick our specialization from our perks. So we've got a strong natural resource of stone, so actually we probably aren't going to be building too many houses over that. That's fine, we can build around it a little bit. So we may want to go into stonemasons. Let's have a look at the options we've got available to us. So we've got the small holders, which is always a good source of everything. We've got hunting from Votland, journeyman, it's good for bowers, guildsmen, better for burgish plots, salt and iron import value reduction, so that's going to make it easier to import our raw materials for making weapons, so that's a good option. And the burgish plot upgrade is reduced. Then we've got Pasu, which is blacksmiths, all of the Alps, I don't think we're going to need that one. Masons, improved stonemason stations, reduced castle planning costs, that's nice. Improved stone gathering camp, also good. Decreased labour speed for hunting and fishing, that's not great because we're going to be doing a lot of fishing as part of our food supply. And then you've got armourers and farming. I think we're probably going to go with Rensburg Guildsman, because we'll get that extra income just passively from our burgish plots, and it's going to be a little cheaper to upgrade, and we're going to be able to import the goods we need to make weapons. So let's go for that one. And we've got 3 dwellings for people to move into. People are reasonably happy, we got them into their homes pretty quickly, but they want some supplies. So now that we've had an additional family move in, we're going to get someone working at the storehouse and someone working at the granary so we can get the market stalls open. We've got our second ox now as well, so that's going to help us with getting materials around for construction. Food's looking good, and once we get an extra family moved in, we can start working on some wood cutting by getting the woodcutter's lodge occupied. We're up to 9 timber. Let's extend our little industrial area over here, and let's move in and get a saw pit set up. We'll snap to roads, and we'll leave space for a couple of these here. So we'll drag a road up, just like so, and then we've got space to get an additional one in there if we need to. Hopefully we move those goods into the granary sooner rather than later. And there's our additional family, so let's get a worker at the woodcutter's lodge. I wonder how our AI adversary is getting on. AORUS. He's had a strong start. They've got a trading post already. I think we might need to play a little bit of catch up. Let's swing back over to the rather more desirable end of the valley, I would say. And see how we're getting on down here. We've got families moving in. That's great. We've got 12 timber. So let's look at getting our next lot of property set up. It's going to be on this side. And we want it just big enough so that we can get an extension in the back. I think to do that, we're going to take off road snapping and just edge this up and get away with as little space as possible. That's good. And let's make these double dwellings. Gosh, we're going to need 20 timber for that. So it might be a minute or two before we can do that, although we do only have one available living space, so I don't want to be waiting too long. Let's get an additional worker in the logging camp so we can make it happen as quickly as possible. And there's that family moving in. So we'll snap to roads, turn off snapping to come up here, just a little higher there, perfect. And you can see they're only just popping into existence, and that's showing that we are just getting the most out of the space as we possibly can. And we're just 2 logs away from being able to start construction on our dense row of housing here. And there we have it. Let's build a road along the back of these properties. Fantastic. So our first row of houses completed. We've got 7 living spaces in there. We've just got 1 to go on the end there as well. We've got a number of unassigned families. People have already started to move in over here. Let's go ahead and get some additional living space expansions on these properties because they are going to need those additional families to work those fields. And I think it's time we probably get going with trade. So let's get down a trading post on the main highway. And let's put this right in the middle here of the main road as it's going through town. Just there looks good. And we'll try and get some additional initial trades going. We've got food for 16 months. But there's nothing left there, so we can free those families up to help with construction. And something else we're going to want ready for next year is some fishermen's huts. And let's put those potentially just on the inside here so we can leave the space for a bit of farming. So let's get 2 down. We'll only use 1 to start with in any case, and it might be that 1 is enough, and we can always get rid of that second building if it is. Let's get a family working at the saw pit and set a timber reserve of 12. We're up to 20 militia, So in a minute we're going to go and take care of that bandit camp that keeps stealing things from us. But first, let's set up a trade. And I think we're going to go straight in with charcoal. So we're going to open up charcoal and we're going to trade everything over maybe 30 to start with to bring in some initial income. And that means, of course, we're going to need to get a charcoal kiln, which we're going to fit here just next to our little industrial area. And we'll just snap it in there. And then let's summon our men. And we're going to go and take care of that bandit camp. They're situated just over the rise, I believe. Yeah, over here. So we're probably going to be taking them on down by the river. Let's not run to position, we don't want to tire anyone out. And we'll march to here. Looks like they're going to take a pretty direct route. Let's get a family working at the trading post. And we'll double up on logging camp. And we'll get an additional family working at the woodcutter's lodge, maybe even 2. So that we can start to get lots of that firewood ready to be traded away. We've still got plenty of space for people to live in, so we're not going to worry about putting on the expansions just yet. And we're going to need to get some planks together before we can seriously start thinking about extensions. Looks like our fine brave soldiers have decided that directly through the river is the easiest way to go. Gosh, they're good swimmers. Never mind the bridge. Seems a waste of time, doesn't it? So I expect the brigands will sally forth any moment. So we'll take up position here in a shield wall. And there they are. Just standing around with their weapons, no doubt making rude jokes. Well, we're going to put an end to that. Let's advance a little further, just so that we can provoke them out. Looks like they're a blind lot, this one. There they are. Let's spread out, and we're going to try and outlast them with our shield wall. Terrain isn't perfect, we're not on a hill, but it's not too much of a slope, and our men are well rested. We're going to set to a balanced stance. And here they come. Hopefully that shield wall holds together nicely, and ideally we come out of this with 0 losses, but at the very least, minimal losses. And we'll get that starting wealth from taking their camp. So it looks like the last of the enemy are falling. We've still got all 20 of our men, and they're down to their last 9, having lost over half their number. And there they are, they're broken. So let's push on and take that camp for ourselves. It looks like another one has popped up over the hill as well, so we'll go straight ahead and take care of that one as well. Back at Alterbrook, let's get 2 families working the charcoal kiln so we can start to change some of that firewood into charcoal, and then hopefully we can start to export some of that. We're also going to want to get down a stone gathering camp so we can gather some of that initial stone. We're going to put that basically where one of the quarries is going to go, and we'll bring a road for the time being back down like that. I don't suspect that's how it will stay long term, but hopefully that will make construction and gathering nice and easy. We can still get some fish, so let's get a couple of families working in the fisherman's hut to see what we can get out before winter sets in, though food provisions are looking pretty good for the time being, even with our growing population. We've also got 30 planks, so we can start to think about some upgrades. I'm probably going to go ahead and get these hitching posts upgraded to stables straight away. And let's start to think as well about our first church. Ideally this will be somewhere fairly centrally located. Doesn't look like we quite have space there, so it may be that we put it on the other side of the river. We now have timber we need, so let's build across the river with that road, and let's continue that road dead straight across here. Let's just check fertility over here again. So it looks fine for this road to go right down the centre. So I'm just going to line it up with that road at the back and build nice and straight, like so. And we'll connect the King's Road into the end of ours here. We won't build the other bridge for the moment, but that does give us a position that we can get our church, although we are going to need to build up some more planks, having just spent them on that bridge. Let's check in with our force. We're going to want to take that, and that belongs to my treasury then, thank you very much. This is going to be a slightly more difficult camp to engage. I don't want to be engaging them on a downhill slope. So I think I'm probably going to bring our troops into the forest here. And then we'll march around the side here and hopefully not be spotted by the enemy until we make our way to this green here, where we'll be fighting on level ground. Over in Altbrook, let's speed things up a little bit and get that timber put together with the planks so that we can build our first church. Market supply is looking fine, though we may want to have someone working at the storehouse before too long, an additional family. And we're also going to need to be upgrading both buildings before too long, as we've lots of firewood set aside. We should be turning that into a nice amount of charcoal before too long though. We'll leave them to it, and we'll come and check in with the military. And we're going to position ourselves, as we said, on the flank here. Let's move into position. They look none the wiser so far. Once again, milling around their camp, making rude jokes. Let's make our way out into this open field. And we're just going to slowly advance until we get their attention. Let's form a shield wall. No light of recognition in their eyes yet. We'll pull forward until they notice us. And then we'll pull back. Once again, we don't want to be fighting on that downward slope and give ourselves a disadvantage. So we'll set up here and wait for them. Once again, men, be brave. And here they come over the hill, running towards their doom. Gosh, they're sending the maple leaves flying. Hopefully we'll have a repeat of the last engagement we had with brigands. And our superior position, and slightly high ground this time actually. It's not as flat as I thought it was. And with our shield wall, spears and balanced fighting technique, hopefully we'll take as many losses and claim a swift victory. What a pretty place to have a conflict. A couple of lads there just cheering their guys on instead of fighting. I can't imagine that's going to do them any good in the long run. They don't need bards, they need swords. They're fighting down. They appear to be a more coherent lot than the last ones we took on. Our shield wall is definitely broken apart. have taken losses this time. Let's pull back and reform the wall. And hopefully, with our repositioned forces, we'll be able to more effectively take them on. And look at that. Straight away in the charge into our shield wall, they lost men. Unfortunately, we have lost nearly 25% of our force, with 4 men falling. A much more costly engagement than the last one. But hopefully this will be the second and last time we use our own militia dealing with bandits. Unfortunately, it has left the ground soaked in the blood of not only our enemies, but also our friends and family. We'll hurry our men along so they can claim their bounty and get back to their families. Back in Altbrook, we've still plenty of places for people to be moving in. We've started to make that charcoal, and hopefully we've started to trade it away. We'll get that additional family that's moved in, working at the stone surface deposit, and get that gathered in. We're getting some fish in as well, which is going to help with our winter provisions of foodstuffs. And there we have it. And we'll send these resources to our treasury. And then we'll bring our men home. We still need a few more planks. Looks like we might be a little bit short on timber. We have 3 families working at the logging camp though, so hopefully it won't be too long until those are all set up. And we're just about losing access to the pond as it starts to freeze over and winter falls upon us. So once they're done transporting the goods, we'll unassign those families and put them to use elsewhere. It'd be nice if we had a few more planks at our disposal. I think it's probably the logs that are holding us back a little bit. Let's decrease the number of people we have working at the Woodcutter's Lodge, because we seem to have plenty of that. And let's build a second logging camp to help with bringing in that all-important timber. Get an additional family working at the stone gathering camp, and we'll send our men back to their homes. Get a second family working on trade. And let's see about getting some vegetable plots ready. We'll get those 3 there. And we'll get an additional 2 families working at the new logging camp. We've got a few more timber, but we're still waiting on the planks. The high street is nice and busy on our first row of houses, and I think it sounded like we made our first trades. Yep, we got our first charcoal coming in. So let's get some carrots in the ground. So the first of our vegetable gardens going together. We've got 3 available living spaces, so we are going to need to extend that. And we're not terribly far off getting on and constructing the church. Just 4 more planks to go. Now we've got a few more timber coming in. Hopefully the saw pit will be making better use of its production time, so we can get those planks nice and quickly. And as we speak, we can see them working there, and there we have enough. Okay, so let's place our church where we're not going to destroy any of those logs. We'll pop that down there. And we're also going to expand some living spaces. And we'll do this as far up the street as we can. Looks like we've got enough to do everything. And there we have it, the church popped together. I think it's rather lovely in the centre of the wooded area here. Unfortunately, before long I suspect all these trees will be long gone. Okay, we've also popped those extensions on the houses for the most part, and it looks like we're ready to get some properties upgraded. First off though, let's get some cabbages planted and also some beets. And that's that first 3 plots we've got down there to help us get some vegetables in. And we're also then going to upgrade as many of these properties as we can. We've just got 9 planks left, so we're not going to be able to do more than another 2. There we have some lovely shingle tops dwellings, and we also got to see them planting up their vegetable gardens. And we've upgraded our village a couple of times as well in the interim. We've got a message. Ooh, people on their way. We'll track their movement, but we're not going to worry about them too much for the time being. So I'd really like to up the plank production. We've got a bit of money coming in now from our trades as well. I think what we probably need is to get some more oxes to help with moving around all of these logs. You can see we've cut down plenty, it's just moving them around that's the issue. So we might even take a family off of logging duty for the moment. We're also into spring, so we can get families back working in the fisheries and also in the forager's hut. Let's also get a livestock trading post. Lovely, we can squeeze this in behind here. And we're going to start getting sheep as soon as we can, so we can start taking care of people's clothing. And we'll speed time along a little bit. Looks like we've had some more bandits come in. So let's see who we can hire to take care of them so we don't have to do it ourselves. Local thugs are very cheap, but they're a match for what we're facing, so I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Having said that, they're cheap, so why not try it out? At worst, we've lost 15 marks. It might even be worth taking our own militia with them on this occasion, just to provide some additional support. Then maybe next time we will hire someone a little bit more competent than a group of thugs. Banks are flowing in, so let's get some more of these properties upgraded. Just come all the way along here. We're certainly growing a busy little town. Let's take our forces and together we will take on our adversaries over here. We don't want anyone running. We've still got plenty of space for people to move in, and the income is flowing in quite nicely as well. First things first, let's get to our Berg plots and start to build some extensions. Having said that, we're a little bit low again on planks, so I think we're probably going to have to wait till we've got a few more of those available. The storehouse is getting a little bit busy, so let's get an additional worker there. And I think actually the next thing we're going to need to do is upgrade our storehouse. We'll use our brigands as a rear attack, so we'll bring our men up here. And we'll bring the brigands around the outside. We'll form up in a shield wall. We'll bait the enemy into a frontal attack on our shield wall. We'll set them to stand their ground. And we'll bring these brigands around the back. And then we'll smash into the rear. And hopefully in the confusion that follows, we'll make swift work of the enemy. And we're going to push in from both sides. Hopefully we don't take any losses from this. And it looks like we're making very swift work of them. Perfect. No losses. Let's disband them so that we can don't have to pay them again. And we'll send our own men for a little bit of exercise, jogging over to the camp to take it. And we might as well claim that region. Once again, struggling a little bit for planks. It's a little while before we can order another oxen, although not too long at all actually, just one more day. If only the trader could come a day early. There we are, and that belongs to my treasury now. 97 profit, well 97 net for the cost of 15. So a decent amount of profit, 82. And claiming is going well. Planks are not being produced, but an oxen has been ordered. Let's get a second saw pit set up. Just in case that's going to help. Ideally rotate this round to match the first one. May even have space to get 3 in here, we do. We will build 3, we're only going to use 2 for the time being though. And that's our first region claimed. We'll send these men back to their homes. Let's get a family working at the second saw pit. Food is looking okay. We've got quite a few more people living here now. We could perhaps get another family working at the fisherman's hut so we can make better use of the fish that we have available to us. With 2 fisheries working away. And once we have our first harvest of vegetables, that will help significantly with the food situation as well. Perhaps we can also start to think about a farm as well. But for the time being, let's go ahead and get some animal pens. And also, let's upgrade the storehouse and the granary. Perfect, and that's going to significantly increase that storage capacity. And we're getting a little low on granary supply, so let's get a second family working there so we can make sure we've got good supply for all of our various villages. We've got 400 regional wealth, so let's go ahead and order some goats. They can provide us a passive of milk, and every 3rd year provide some chevron and hides that we can sell. Once upon a time, they produced pelts as well. I'm sure. Because if we look here, they produce small game and pelts. And the tannery... the tan hides to produce leather. Okay, it was pelts I was thinking of. Okay, well we're definitely going to need a tannery, so let's add that to our little industrial zone over here. Pop that next to the woodcutter's lodge, and let's continue that road down here. Ooh, slightly wonky. Let's just offset it slightly in that case. like so. And then we will connect that around the back. Again, see if we can do that so it's a little neater. That's more like it. The charcoal is bringing us in a nice bit of income. Let's get a horse though, so we can speed up the transit of goods. And with that, let's expand our kitchen and stable space. So let's build a little road along here toward the river. And we'll put a number of stables along here. And that's going to supply us with space for our horses, but also lots of oxen in the future as well. And I think we might as well connect that back up to the road here. I don't think we've got space to connect it along here though, unfortunately. Although we could put another road down here. Although, to be honest, even if we can get it to flip round, I'm not sure it would make much sense to have one there in any case. So we've still got 6 available living space, so there's not an immediate rush to build more housing, though we are going to need to do some fairly soon. And let's get these 3 burgish plots set up ready for orchards. They're going to be quite expensive orchards due to their size, so I don't know if we're going to be able to afford them immediately though. Let's get another 3 animal pens. And then with the last wall here, let's get 2 chicken and 2 apiaries. Okay. So pretty soon we're going to need to start thinking about adding some more housing. Food situation is okay, if not excellent. Let's get another family working at the forager's hut, and we'll also plant a herb garden there as well. So we're going to need to gather some clay and get a larger stone mine set up at some point as well. Nice little clearing there. But first I think what we're going to do is let's revisit our fertility. So we've got this space here. And let's look at constructing our first farm. Again, I think that's going to be here in what's becoming our little industrial zone. But soon we are going to need to move some of this industry to this side, especially for logging purposes. But for the time being, let's connect this road here. And then let's build ourselves a farm just off the main highway here. And then we're going to look at setting up some fields. We're not going to be getting much barley out of it, though we probably will set the fields to produce barley, or possibly even flax when they're not producing us rye. And let's see about building a couple of 1 Morgan fields. 1.1 there, make it a little bit smaller. There, 1 Morgan. That's our first field. Let's get our second set up here. Make it a little bit smaller. That's perfect. Second. Our third. Just there. And then we'll try and make use of the space around here, though it might not be terribly efficient. Maybe not all the way around the top. Maybe just this side. Start down at the bottom and yeah, follow that round a little bit there. So, 1 Morgan there. Usable land. And let's see if we can get something to follow around here. Doesn't look like it wants to. In which case we'll just take it up here. Where have we come from this direction? No, it doesn't want to do it. Maybe we'll start with the 4 fields we have there, because to be honest there isn't a terribly large amount of fertility left after that anyway. The farmhouse nearing construction. On quite a steep hill actually, which I didn't realise. People are pretty happy, but they could be happier. So we're not getting animal produce. They haven't got fuel or garments here either actually. They should be in range for fuel. General goods 0. That's because it's coming from here. It's just full of rubble stone. Let's get another... We've got plenty of fuel. Don't know why it's showing up that that's an issue. But we'll get another family working at the woodcutter's lodge. And maybe let's take the workers away from stone gathering for the moment, because it's not terribly useful currently. We could though look to build a lime kiln so we can start to turn some of that stone into a more usable resource. Tuck that in down there next to the river. I'm sure that lime that close to the water source and the water table we're drinking from isn't going to cause us any problems whatsoever, right? I can't foresee any anyway. And if I can't foresee it, then it simply doesn't exist. We could get another family working here, foraging, because there is plenty there to be foraged. Let's get a ploughing station. I don't normally use ploughs, but we'll see how they are on these fields here, because they're not terribly big. And let's set our first field up for rye and barley. And then we'll set each of these up in turn for rye and barley, I think. Might hold off on this one, because I think one field is going to be quite enough work for us getting planted this year anyway. Let's order an additional ox. We've got a bit of money. Let's go down here and let's get some pigs. The other animal pens that we purchased or built. And what's the cost of getting in here? We can get some quinces, so we'll get some quinces planted in there. We haven't had any more brigands turn up. Let's see how our adversary is getting on. Okay, so they've grown to a similar size to us by the looks of things. I think we need to start taking advantage of another one of our exports to bring in more money, and that is our stone deposit. I'm going to demolish this building here and get rid of this road. And once those supplies have been cleared, I'll start to think about getting a stone quarry set up in there. We could do with a few more families moving in as well. We're doing well for timber and for planks. In fact, we probably don't need another family working at that logging camp. Let's though start to think a little bit more sustainably, and let's pop down a forester's hut. Longer term, where are we going to end up doing most of our forestry? Probably not here, it's a little bit tucked out of the way. Actually down here though. So, just on this side of the river, let's get a forester's hut popped down, and they can start filling out as much of the space with trees as possible, and possibly over here as well, so that we have them available, because this will probably continue to grow as an industrial area, which will be accessible from this side as well. Got a couple of houses here ready to be upgraded, so we'll get those obliged as people start to move in. And that's our lime kiln finishing construction. Let's get a family working in there so we can start to produce that, which we're going to need to upgrade our church to level 2. And the rain really is absolutely lashing down on us. We've only got 4 available living spaces, and now that we have got the stone surface deposit exposed, let's look at building our mines. Now, in previous playthroughs, I've had it where I've had loads and loads of mines and I've just not been able to export everything that I'm getting out of them. So I don't think there's any point in having too many of these. I would like to line up with this road though. I think we'll probably go for 4. And we'll try and keep them far enough apart that they're not going to cause us any issues with causing each other to collapse, increasing collapsing chance. Just squeeze our last one onto the end here. We'll try and line it up as best we can with the other 2. And that looks good. And let's box these in with a couple of roads. And then we can start to think about how we put some housing around them. Perhaps a bit industrial for residential, but you know, this is not the modern day, and I don't think noise regulations have been introduced yet here. Just a gorgeous setting. Okay, with that set up, we can get some additional housing in. Now, I'm thinking here potentially is a good place to get a few more burgish plots with space out the back for planting. Let's just see what it would look like if we filled up this space here. It would give us some reasonable space, but I wonder if we'd be better off coming along the side here. Yeah, that's much better. That gives us a much higher usage of the space in there. So we're going to build those properties there. And then down here, we're going to put some stonemason stations directly opposite where we have our quarries, which are under construction. And then we probably will do some housing over here eventually. Although, having said that, that's another fertile area, isn't it? We'll probably end up doing some farming over there. Let's get a family working at the farmhouse. And we'll get an ox assigned there. If we can, we'll order another ox as well. Perfect. We've had a few families move in that time as well. Buildings are starting to require maintenance, and that means we need to start buying in some iron. So let's go to trade, and let's see if we can't start importing some. And we'll establish a trade route, import, and we probably want to have about 20 at any given time. That's also going to mean we're going to need a bloomery. So let's see about getting one of those set up. And we'll pop that just here. And let's get a family working at our forester's hut as well. And we're going to set these to be vegetable gardens. We've gathered a bit of money, we're up to 359 regional wealth. So let's go ahead and get some apples. It's going to be a while before we can afford the pears. It's nearly 500. For the size of burgish plot that is, but at least we're getting in there early with our fruit and vegetables, so we should be producing a lot in the years to come. And it looks like the farm is also at work. Let's get an additional family working here. The ploughing is being taken care of by the ox. Maybe let's get a second one permanently applied to attached to the farmhouse. And we'll need to remember to order another one just as soon as we can, which is now. And let's upgrade these hitching posts to small stables. And we will have something of a stable yard constructed here before long. Approval's going well. We're edging towards that +2 monthly migration. Looks like perhaps we're just a little bit out of range with that last property. Or has no one moved in yet? No one's moved in yet, that'd be why. In fact, the one next door has been and can be upgraded. We've got food and fuel for donkey's ears. And it's probably a nice variety of food as well. Herbs, honey. What more does a man need? Ideally some fish. And some vegetables. He certainly has that. Plenty of mushrooms. So that deposit is shrinking now, so we can free up those workers from the forager's hut. And we can still get this fish out, so we'll continue to do so. So we'll send a family to go and work at the farm. And let's get our first quarry operational. And our first stonemason station as well. And just as soon as the bloomery has been constructed, we'll get that operational and producing us some iron. We're also going to want to set up trade. To start with, let's go for... Can we afford to go for dressed stone straight away? Rough stone there. 90, so we'll be able to afford that if we hang on for a moment. Dressed stone's 150. So we could do that. Yeah, we might hang on and just go straight for dressed stone. We're already starting to produce it. We'll of course use the first bit to make our stone church. We're making a fair bit of lime kiln as well. Mortar in the lime kiln rather. Not lime in the lime kiln. We could do with an additional worker at the granary. So we'll do that as we get another family moving in just in time, which is perfect. We've got another bandit camp. So let's see who's available for hire. We'll go for these guys this time, so we don't have to risk our own men. And where are they coming in? On the other side here. That's fine. So we're going to run them into position. We don't want to be paying them for more than 1 month. Holtbrook is growing nicely. It's already a fairly sizable settlement. With 93 population, we're approaching our first 100. We've got loads of planks. Timber is okay. And we're starting to get that dressed stone together. Let's build a mining pit to get this clay out. We'll pop that on the road there. Because we're going to need those roof tiles pretty soon to allow us to upgrade our church. How are we doing over at the farm? We've actually got our first field of barley already. And a predicted harvest of 53. How wonderful. Rye and barley. Rye barley, and that one's barley rye. So we have ended up doing 2 in the end anyway. So that's fallow second year, that's fallow last year, so this should be fallow this year. And then we can put rye barley. And this one can be fallow barley rye. Lovely. So we can reduce the number of farmers by 1, free them up to go and do a job elsewhere. And we're up to... we have to wait a little bit for the regional wealth, that's fine. What are we doing for charcoal? Same amount as firewood, so let's get an additional family working at the charcoal kiln to keep up with the firewood we're producing at the woodcutter's lodge. And there's no one moved in here yet, so we're not going to worry too much about getting those planted up. But let's build those expansions anyway, to give us that a little bit of extra living room before we move on to the other side of the river. Now, what are we thinking on this side of the river? There's fertility just to the side of the salt. So let's build a road that kind of marks that out, so that we don't end up building residential over the top of it. Let's not forget about the military. Let's push them in. Don't want to pay them twice. Are there any brigands in there? Well, we'll send those in straight away. Push across the river. Lovely. Get on to my treasure now. I suspect they dealt with the brigands without me even noticing. Okay. Let's get another ox ordered up. It's nice to see the fields coming together there. We could do with some additional families, really. Just keep growing. I'm sure people would like some clothes as well. They also want some fruits or animal produce, as well as the upgraded church. And sheep farming is something we can start to think about getting into as well. Maybe that's something we'll set up over here on the right hand side of the farming area. And with that in mind, why don't we build a sheep farm just to the side of where we presently have, or even just up here. It's not too steep. No, it's too steep. Okay, we'll pop it down here. Might as well attach it to the main road, I suppose. And that will eventually service some pasture space over here. And how are we doing in terms of iron? Have we started to produce much? No iron slabs, because we probably haven't put anyone in the kiln, but we do have some iron ore. Let's get someone working at the bloomery. And then let's get a smithy up and running next door, so that we can start to produce the tools we need for maintenance. And as another source of income, let's go and open up trade on dressed stone. Now we have enough finances. We're going to export everything we have over 20, which is how much we need upgrading the wooden church. And we'll get a family working at the mining pit. Now that it's winter, we can free up those workers from the fishermen's huts and from, we've already done it with the foresters, and that'll give us those workers to go and work at the mining pit, so we can speed things along quickly. We'll also then need to build a clay furnace. We'll pop that down here as well in our growing industrial quarter. Let's extend this road down, take it across the rear of these properties where it can connect back in with this road. And then we'll also make sure each of these has a rear connection as well. And back to what we were thinking earlier. We've segregated that off. Quite happy with how that looks. So that gives us this area here for our next housing. So let's maybe start by taking a road at 90 degrees next to the church. And then we'll start at the top of that and use that as a guide to follow all the way over to this road here. Just lining up the white outlines of our road there with the centre of the road we've already built. And then let's link these two together just here. Okay. And that looks like a good point to have another bridge. Although I don't know if we need one there. Let's get our second bridge here. Connecting down. In fact, before we do that, let's get our second granary and storehouse on this side. Storehouse and granary. And then we can build that road to match like so. And then their market space can be just in front of that actually. Let's continue that road down. Like so. Actually, that does meet quite nicely in the corner, that's fine. And then we're going to put in a well, which we're going to pop just here. And then we're going to get our market stall in this lovely square here. I think we'll start with some housing. Small housing, I think, on this side, and then we have got some space here if we wanted to do some more smaller vegetable producing properties. So can we actually fit? So we can. So I think what we'll do actually is we'll double this road. And we'll bring this all the way down here. What we'll do is we'll hit pause. And let's build a storehouse and granary. We'll just complete this road at the bottom. We'll build a storehouse and granary the same as we have at the top. Ooh, it'll let me. It's being a bit funny about it. Is it a bit steep? Not too bad. Well, let's line this up. Let's get a storehouse. And a granary. And that should give us our spacing to run this road parallel. How's that look? Looks pretty good, if not, could have maybe been a little bit wider if anything. That's tight. That leaves a little bit more space. Let's do that. And then we'll demolish these two buildings we've just used to space out. And let's build our first set of new housing in this space here. We'll turn off road snapping so we can get a nice end to it there. Turn it back on for over here. They're actually larger than they need to be, but I think that's fine. So we're actually shy on logs, so we'll wait for a few more logs to come in before we build those. Not a problem. In the meantime, we can get our storehouse and granary together, as well as our new well just behind them. And we can see that money coming in, probably from that stone we're importing now already. And this little sign is reminding me that we need to start making some tools, so let's get someone working at the smithy. And we want to produce... we want to have about 50 tools at any given time. And then once the clay furnace is produced, we'll get a family working there as well. Hopefully we've got some iron slabs. We've got one, so I imagine that's already being taken and turned into tools, which it is. So hopefully that'll take care of our maintenance needs before too long. Let's get that house upgraded. And let's plant some carrots in that one there. And we've still got 4 living spaces, so we've got a minute before we absolutely have to build our new residential quarter on the other side of the river. We're going to need to get a windmill set up as well. I wonder if this location over here on the hill would work well for that. It's not too steep to build. Of course, it's just out of our region as it starts to get really efficient. So we might have to settle for 90% efficiency. Unless you put it somewhere else. It's 98% down here, but is that going to change as I build properties around it? Maybe not, because that's actually really high down there as well. Nearly 100% efficient down here. Okay. Let's build 3 windmills there. And that can be Windmill Road. Oops, we have rather forgotten about the fact that there are going to be raiders. Bandit camp spotted. Raiders near, right. Neck and Eldhart. Which regions are those? The ones furthest away. So I guess we'll be taking Eldhart. And we'll be running them in as soon as we possibly can. And we're going to have to rally our own forces as well. Don't know where the enemy have come in from. Have come from the end of ours anyway. Right, let's run them down here. Hopefully, the raiders haven't spawned in our region. If they have, we're rather stuffed because I've been paying just about no attention. I was too busy watching our windmills go together. We'll at least be able to take care of this bandit camp on the way down, I suppose. Maybe we'll send 2 units straight on down to our settlement. And we'll take the others to deal with these brigands. Still no sign of where they've come from. Ah. They've indeed come straight for us. We'll have to see how we fare. I suspect we will lose all of our men here. We'll gather up here on a shield wall and hope for the best. Perhaps they will just burn and loot this end of the town as opposed to ours. They might even wait while they can see us. Let's get our troops back up here actually. We'll retreat to the hill. And the enemy might keep moving towards us while we rush in our reinforcements, but realistically we'll never get in there in time, are they? Why do the mercenaries have to be available from the end? I mean, I suppose, you know, had I just paid attention, it wouldn't have been an issue with it. Right. Okay. We'll just have to do the best we can in a shield wall here. Delay them as long as we can. At least the fight is happening in a location where we've got our beautiful settlement in the background. Hopefully all is not lost. How far are reinforcements? Considerable distance away still. They've just finished taking care of those brigands. Some solace, at least for our men. Our men who are dying. Dying to buy time. Time they shouldn't have had to have bought. If I'd just paid attention. They're doing okay actually. Let's try and reform a little bit. We're at least fighting on a hill. It gives us somewhat of an advantage. Looks like maybe the numbers there were just... comes down to a numbers game. No. They fought valiantly. numbers spoke for themselves in the end. The raiders may be done with what they wanted to do by the time our troops arrive. Let's get a worker in this storehouse and this granary, in the hopes that perhaps they can move some goods into it before anything is burned down. And there we have the last of our men dying. 16 brave men gave their lives. Population is currently 88. I wonder what it will be after this raid. A sad time indeed. Losses are losses. They can't always be helped. And unfortunately we're going to lose some of our buildings here too. Well, troops arriving just as the brigands finish burning us to the ground. Food and fuel is not looking great. We did lose our granary and storehouse, unfortunately, before we can move anything over to the new ones. We're going to need to rebuild that forager hut as a matter of priority. We haven't lost too many civilians. It looks like we have drawn off the remaining brigands with our arriving hired-in mercenaries, who are exhausted, but they vastly outnumber the brigands that we're fighting. So a valuable lesson learned: don't ignore when the brigands will be arriving. And let's get some families working in these fisherman huts to bring in food straight away. And let's make sure we get some buildings rebuilt. We'll get a couple of families working at the other logging camp while that one's being rebuilt. And we'll just start putting our lives back together. Fortunately, we didn't actually lose too much residential. In fact, I think we only lost those 3 properties there, which weren't all occupied. Continue to move our forces in. As late as they were, they may have stopped some of the devastation, I suppose. So we'll just have to move on. Count our losses. We have lost people for sure. We'll keep these troops here until the next time they require payment, and then we'll get rid of them. Thank them for their service. And we do indeed need to bury the dead. Where should we put this? Maybe on the edge of town here. That fertile area? Yeah, I don't want to put it there. Okay. Probably not near the river, to be honest. Does need to go somewhere. Okay, well, we can always get rid of it. Let's put it here. It's needed. Alright, as resources come back in, let's make sure we prioritise what we're getting rebuilt. So that logging camp is under construction. Let's get rid of these guys. Thank you for what you did manage to do, at least in the end. Food and fuel is looking a bit troublesome. We really need to get the market and storehouse and granaries rebuilt. At least we do have 2 operational on the other side of the river for the moment. Just need to get some logs in. It's taking a little while to get them, unfortunately, by the looks of things. There are lots of dead to be buried as well. Much to be done. Unfortunately, much was lost. It's really set us back, but it could have been much worse. So we will just have to deal with it. We're not going to give up just from a setback. We're going to press on. We're not easily swept aside. We're still trading. Life is still going on. Even if it is going to be a minute until we're really back on our feet. Struggling to get that timber in. We've obviously completely lost our militia as well, so we are going to need to get some form of military up at some point. Right, starting to get some of that lumber coming in now. So we'll straight away get on and rebuild some of the most important buildings. Let's also make sure that we're getting the corpse bit underway. Looks like we're short on workers. Let's take a few out of the fishermen's huts. We've obviously lost people, so as buildings are being put back together, we're finding we don't have enough people to operate all of them. Let's pull back from these here as well. That's going to give us a few more available to work on construction. Still got 100 days to harvest, so we don't need to worry about that just yet. I think we're going to have to take the men out of the quarry temporarily as well. Important we get that together. Perfect. So it's the storehouse and the granary. So we can start distributing everything we need to distribute again. Let's rebuild those Burgish plots and also that windmill. Get a couple of workers there burying the dead. They're not terribly good for morale, it turns out, having them lying around. Who'd have thought it? We've still got money coming in. We should be producing tools, or at least we were. Need to rebuild the bloomery. And then we also need to rebuild our stonemason station. And our food stalls as well. We did lose a few of those. And we lost a few on this side as well. But I think that looks like it's pretty much it. So the population will take a minute to recover, though we are over 100 now actually. It's recovered fairly swiftly. We've got living spaces available again. We've got some beets planted there. And I believe that'll be cabbage, because this one has carrot. And once we've got enough timber put back together, we can start to look at those buildings that we were going to put together before we were so terribly and horribly interrupted. by the invasion we knew was coming and didn't do anything about until it was too late. Okay, and let's double these up. Do we need to fill out that space? Is it useful? Can we put anything useful in it if we slim it down? Probably not. So we'll leave them slightly larger. And we'll just as well put a road in there as well. And hopefully that's going to give us the space for a few more families to move in. So we can get back to our expansion as opposed to our repair. Okay, fields have come up nicely. Food and fuel are okay. We seem to have stabilised. Do with getting a family working at the forager's hut though. Obviously at the moment we haven't got anyone working on stone production either, which will be an issue long term. We've done burying bodies though. We can free those chaps up there. We'll get an additional worker in the forager. But we can see some houses starting to appear in here out of the forested area. Let's reduce the number of workers we have at the logging camps. And just popped into another region. I thought for a moment something had gone horribly wrong. This Oldbrook plot are a resilient bunch. New properties are flying together. We're going to upgrade that to a stone well, and we're also going to upgrade those to larger buildings as well. Good stuff. So, how are we doing for general supply? Pretty good actually. Looks like we're coping with the number of workers we have. And let's get workers back into the quarry and into the stonemason station, because that's a good source of income for us. And we need to build up actually our stone deposit again, dressed stone. We've still got 3 workers over in this mining pit, and we're actually done there. So let's get rid of that. And how are we doing for clay? We've used all to make roof tiles. There's still some left and it's being made into roof tiles, that's fine. We've got tools, that's grand. So we just need to get back up with that dressed stone. While we have the workers as well, I think as soon as these properties start to be occupied, I think the first 2 that move in I'm going to send to work in the granary and the storehouse. But let's double up all of these residences to give us plenty of living space. And let's get an additional family working at the farmhouse ready for when it comes time to start harvesting. We've rebuilt those windmills, which is great. We are going to want to get a family set up as a bakery. It's obviously going to be more efficient. Got a new bandit camp as well. Whereabouts is that? Over there. Who can we hire in at a reasonable fee? Looks like it's going to have to be the Wayward Sons. And of course, this lot here are not Oldbrook, don't they? You couldn't have been there earlier, could you? We'll assemble them there. We'll set them to shoot at will. And we've got food for 12 months as we come up to the end of the season. And it is time to harvest. Let's get an additional 2 families working there. It looks like we're still getting a few people move into the last dwelling spaces available over here. So we might be making some grain this year, but not necessarily into bread this year. But it's nice that we're gathering some barley. Let's maybe build a malt house. so that we can turn that into malt. So we've got it ready when we do want to start making beer. So we'll pop that down in our growing industrial zone. Hopefully we can get things out of the field nice and quickly. And we'll leave them to it there for the moment. Right, we've got our first family who's moved in over here. So I'm going to reassign you to the storehouse. Unfortunately, I ended up paying the wayward sons twice because I was not paying attention. I really need to be better at paying attention with these mercenary groups because they're not going to even pay for themselves now, I don't think. At least we'll get the influence. And this will be the last bandit camp we need to deal with anyway. No sign of them. Fine. We'll just run in and take the camp. They may actually already have dealt with them. Okay. Let's disband them. Let's claim that region. How are you getting on over here? Making you see a salt deposit by the looks of things. Don't see a mana yet. Oh yeah, I do. You've got your mana set up already. Well, that's something that we ought to get on and do as well, to be honest. Fuel situation's becoming a bit dire. We need more firewood. So let's get 3 working there. And it might be worth starting to think about setting up a bit of an industrial zone on this side as well. At least as far as timber goes. So maybe let's parallel what we have up here. Let's take that road, using that same technique we did earlier with using it, following that road, bring that down here, and then we'll come off across almost at 90 degrees, and then let's build in here. A woodcutter's lodge. Just like that, and that's going to be the start of our new area. And we'll leave that forester to do his thing for the time being. We may eventually relocate him down here. Okay. So it looks like we've got the next fields being taken care of as well. They seem to be managing that on their own without supplying them with any additional labour. Our second family here. So I'm going to assign you to the granary. So we've got food stalls over here. And let's get those properties upgraded as well. We've used up the mushrooms, so we can unassign those families and let them work on construction. Although actually we may put them straight back into fishing. We may want to get a family working that woodcutter's lodge we're building as soon as it's constructed as well. And just as soon as we've done that and finished the construction of those burgish plots, we'll get the church upgraded to its next level as well, as we see that region falling under our jurisdiction. Let's also not neglect... We've got a building here we've got to rebuild. Let's not neglect ordering in oxen when we can. It would be nice as well to start dappling in some sheep at some point too. But it might be a minute until we get there. Work's still going on over there. It's being constructed. We'll get a family working it there. It'll be okay for mortar for the minute, so I'm going to unassign that lime kiln worker. And we're going to get our church upgraded. And there we have our lovely new church. People will be over the moon. Let's take their minds off the recent disasters we've had. How are we doing as well? So we've got plenty of grain now, I take it. Yep, 61 grain. So, and we've got barley as well. So, well, let's get a family working at the malt house so we can start turning that into something a bit more usable. Continue to get upgrades at these properties as people move in. And let's get a family working at the first of the windmills as well to start producing some flour. And then, how are we doing? We've got 39 timber. So let's build some more properties, maybe in this space here. And these are going to be our houses we've set up to produce finished goods. So we don't want them to have expanded living space because that's going to be a waste of families. So we'll build that there, and that's going to enable us to have a bakery and probably get a joiner set up and a few others as well. So we can start to have some artisans, a few more artisans, as well as having our unassigned families. Looks like we're getting on top of the food and fuel situation. We're starting to rebuild some of those stocks that were burned by the vicious bandits. We've got a decent supply over here on this side as well. Got our new properties going in there. Still getting fish out. And how are we doing over here? Looks like we're basically done. So we'll reduce the number of families at the farmhouse down to 2. Let's get a family at the sheep farm. And how are we doing in terms of trade? So we should, obviously we're probably not exporting dressed stone yet, are we? We're still rebuilding a stockpile. Yeah, we're only just getting up on the dressed stone. Do we have much rough stone? 45 rough stone, so we could open an export on rough stone. At least we could if we had enough money. We might have to wait a minute for that, so actually it's probably going to be a minute before we get any sheep. They're not overly cheap to import, but we can still set up where we're going to have our sheep enclosure. But we could upgrade these potentially. Let's go along the edge of the map here. We might as well just go for one massive pasture, to be honest. 106 in there. Let's build a road here first, just in case we do want access past for any reason. And we're going to have to build a curve around the pond here. We might as well follow this all the way around. Like so. Connect that down there. And then let's put in our pasture here. Like so. Wonderful. Got plenty of families as people are starting to move in. Keep upgrading these. And these are going to be, when they start moving into those, like I say, artisans. Haven't quite got enough for our cabbages over there yet. We might need to build a communal oven to get us started. Although we are doing okay for food, so there's no desperate rush. And actually we're not... Yeah, we've got 34 rye flour. But still, no desperate rush to get a bakery set up. Let's start putting some extensions on these. So I think these are going to be animal pens. So we'll get those under construction all the way up this street. Woohoo! Quite the zoom. And we're really starting to fill up Oldbrook. We've got our kind of central reservation up through here, and we're filling out to the sides. We've got our industrial quarter over here. Quite happy with how it's coming together. What are our people thinking? They're thinking they'd like something to wear and something to drink. And I can't say I blame them. It'll all come in good time. Let's get in a number of pigs. Maybe let's go for 4. Make the rest goats when we have enough money to do so. Let's get a couple of extra families. Let's get quite a few more extra families actually, and order another horse. So we can start to make better use of our trading. We're getting up to that point where we've got goods that we can be exporting. Let's get another 2 families working at the quarry, and another one working at the stonemason station. And let's relocate the forester down here on this road. Got a house here ready for upgrading, so we'll make sure we upgrade that one right away. A bit of money coming in there from trade. What we're going to do, I think, is we've already got trade set up for our dressed stone, which we should have started exporting again now. So that's going to help with our income. It would be nice as well to open up trade on the large shields. I think that's something we could make and sell. And we can afford to put some animals in here. So we've got pigs in the first of the 3 of these. Some goats over there already, but I think we will pop down some more goats over here. Just the one for the time being, because that's all we can afford. So we've got a handful of plants, a handful of fields planted up for this season as well, which is great. I don't think the farmers are going to need to be doing anything just yet. Could definitely do with a few more oxen, and we've just had some money drop into our coffers. So let's go ahead and, in 4 days that is, go ahead and order in some more. With another family moving in, let's get that one upgraded. Hopefully we get someone moving into these homes soon, so that we can start to specialise some of those dwellings in the direction of bakeries and woodcraftsmen and clothiers, that sort of thing. Splendid. So we should have, coming in now, some hides. And with hides coming in, we can get down a tannery, which we'll put next to the malt house, just there, so that we can start to produce some leather, and that leather we can start to use to make boots. Right, so we're coming back into the season, so let's make sure we have some workers in the forager's hut. We've plenty of workers over in the fisherman's area, and with a little bit more money coming in, let's head on over to the animal trader, livestock trading post. We'll get a worker, and we'll just start by importing sheep. Let's say we want a surplus of 4, we should be able to afford that. And we'll get a worker at the sheep farm as well, just so that we can start to get some animals in and breeding. The industrial quarter is quite far away from our housing here. We may put some more housing in, maybe in the corner here, some dense property, and then a little bit more industry on this side. But for the time being, I think we'll keep it as it is. We might just add in a few extra roads to help people with getting around nice and easily. So let's have one that comes down here and follows the route of the river. Like so. And we might as well branch that off to join back out to the King's Road as well. I think that's a nice pleasant curve there, following the lay of the land. And potentially this is a little industrial area where we will move all of our woodcutters and loggers eventually to work on forestation over here, as this becomes less and less an area where we'll be working on that. In fact, let's go ahead and... having said that, we might keep the logging camps here for storage purposes. But we'll definitely move one. So let's relocate this. And we're going to pop that right in there. And we'll slowly move production to that one from there. Charcoal kilns, I think I'm fine with those staying up here. We'll just keep the one for the minute. We've got a bit of space to have more people working there. How are we doing for firewood? Not loads. Let's get 3 families working at this woodcutter's lodge. And let's get rid of the woodcutter's lodge that's up here. We'll relocate this one down here next to the one we already have in our new quarter over here, which we're using for forestation, I suppose. The forestation quarter. Is that road too short to build? I don't know if I build it from the road. Yeah, too short. We'll just have to angle it out to either side. Like so. Well into March already. Fields have got quite some time before we need to worry about harvesting. We can probably order in that ox now, so we'll do so. We'll keep our money for the second because we're going to be using that to buy in sheep. We've already got 3 of them actually. So that's a good start. They've got plenty of space to be roaming around in. And actually it's a great space to have the pasture because we wouldn't be able to build much else on the slope that we've got here. What's going on over here? Ah, trees being cut down. I thought it was just having a little moment. So we've got 9 living spaces. Like I say, we're going to fill these up here before we start moving on. How are we doing for market supply? Granary is starting to struggle a little bit here, so we'll get an additional family working down there at that granary. We will need to get more horses as time goes on as well. We don't need that family working at the church. We haven't got anyone working at the fire pit, the corpse pit in any case. We have got to work at the windmill. So I presume we've turned... Yeah, we've got 57 rye flour, so that's everything from last time. So we'll need to just upgrade that while we can. We'll need to get on and make a bakery at some stage. It may also make sense to have some oxen available further down here. And certainly in this area here as we start to move our logging over. So let's take away the 3 workers from this logging camp. And we're going to re-employ those families over here. And then let's put down a handful of stables. Maybe we'll put these directly opposite, I think, on the edge of the forest. We'll put 4 down. And we'll keep an eye on how we're doing for firewood in case we need to employ additional families at the one we have open. We've got 34 dressed stone, plenty of rubble, and 35 rough stone. So potentially we may want to get a few extra workers at the stonemason station, but again we'll see how we get on. And we've got just enough money to purchase some cabbages for in there as well. We'll order in a few more goats. And we've got just 1 slot available in this end burgage pot before, and there it is being filled up. before we start to get these buildings populated as well. So we've got a bit of a problem from unemployment and from lack of administrative buildings. I don't remember unemployment being an issue, really, for public order. But I suppose it's approval we normally look at. So we're still at +1 monthly migration. It'd be good to get that up a little bit more. I suppose we could start to think about construction of our manor. So where are we going to position that? We're pretty tightly packed over here on this side. We've got the pond, etc. there. We haven't really looked at using this space here at the moment. So potentially this is a corner we could look to utilise. But it is fairly tucked away from the rest of our settlement, and maybe an area that we want to expand to in the future with farming on this side. So it's an option, that corner over there. Another option is this slither of land here, again next to this area of fertility. We could potentially look to use that for our manor. This area I'm planning to be more burgage plots dedicated to vegetable production, and possibly some trees as well, so I'm not thinking there. Which leads us all the way over to this side, which is quite far away from the centre of our realm. And over here we are planning to do a lot of forestation work. So maybe this clearing here would be a good location for us to locate our manor. We can just bring our main road here, and then take that off down here. In fact, let's go and do that now. Straight line like so. So we have our main settlement follow down this line, and then we'll have our manor in here, and this road can link into perhaps another settlement when we eventually expand into here on this side. So let's take the end of that road and let's expand that, maybe even a straight line through to this region, or at least through to join back in with that King's Road. Okay. One option is to bring it in here, just before the bridge. I think I prefer that, so we'll go with that. Okay, and that's kind of a continued line for our continued growth. And we've got people moving in over here, which is grand. Let's go ahead and pop down our manor then. I think that we'll put it pretty much dead centre of the here, and then we can build a square fort around it of some description. But we'll just start with the manor itself to begin with. We won't worry about a garrison tower either. We'll probably want to assemble a couple of divisions of militia before we do that. We'll speed time it all. Let's order in another ox, and then pretty soon we'll want to start thinking about getting in some more horses as well. We'll go ahead and remove the livestock trading post worker because we've imported the sheep that we're going to import. We'll hopefully just grow a flock from there. Let's upgrade these hitching posts to stables. So we could see trees falling at quite a rate there. So I do think we're going to want to get a couple of families working at this forester's hut so we can maintain our forest. What was a dense thicket is already starting to thin out at the edge there. We may want to move our saw pits as well, but I think for the moment we'll leave them where they are. Having said that, not having to transport logs all the time would be a boon. So let's move a couple of these saw pits. And And let's curve these along the river road. That's 2, and then we'll relocate the 3rd as well. Had quite the supply of logs and planks there. Let's get a family working at the tannery, because we are starting to produce this hide, so we may as well start to produce some leather from them. We'll wait for a few more families to move in before we start getting on with upgrades over there. As we see, our foresters already getting to work. And the manor is up in place. And hopefully it's done a little bit for public approval, at least. And really we need to get some clothes on the market, and then hopefully we can start to get our approval into +2 monthly migration. So let's get some additional properties. I know we've got a bit of malt coming, obviously. 65 days still to the harvest. So we had some barley and we've turned that into malt, so we're going to want to get a brewer fairly quickly, which means we can actually get on and open up a tavern ready for when we can make it serviceable. So let's put this on the other side of the road here, and hopefully that'll service nicely both areas where we currently have plenty of properties set up. And let's also go ahead and get a weaver's workshop popped down, so that we can start to produce some clothing from all that wool we're going to be gathering before too long. As for where we're going to put this, maybe we could go next to the church, but I think actually we'll make use of this little bit of a space in here, which is just going to be that little bit closer to our residents of our larger housing area. We'll even get 2 of those put down in anticipation of producing plenty of wool. I wonder if we've had any from our sheep so far. Yeah, we've already got 22. Wonderful. And we'll get a family working at the first one straight away. I'm quite keen that we get a second forester's hut as well, so we can really keep the deforestation at bay as much as possible. For that, I think we're going to take this road here, and we're going to continue it on down to connect up with the one we have down here. That looks pretty good. Looks pretty straight on there as well. So let's go and build a forester's hut halfway down here to help keep up with the deforestation that we're doing. And we're doing okay for food. Fuel we could be doing a little bit better on though. We've plenty of firewood, we're not turning it all into charcoal. So let's get an additional worker at the charcoal kiln. And actually maybe we'll move this a little bit closer to the source of the firewood. Having said that, I think it's probably fine there. We'll get another worker, we'll get our worker reinstated, I should say, in the saw pit. And let's straight away upgrade the tavern to be a larger building. There we have tables set up ready to entertain the masses once they come along for their ale. Let's then also get a few of these burgage plots upgraded to level 2. And with those being upgraded, we can start to get a little bit of specialization in as the harvest season starts. We've got a few days left, but it's probably best that we get a few more workers over at the farm ready to start helping with what's coming in. And then let's start specializing some of these properties over here. So we're going to want a bakery, we're going to want a brewery, we're going to want a cobbler's workshop, we're going to want a tailor's workshop, and we're also, once we've upgraded this property, going to get a joiner's. And that does leave us a little bit thin on the ground in terms of available workmen who are free. But once we've done the harvest and got the fields ploughed, we'll be able to free up a few people from our farms here to go and help with works elsewhere. But let's focus on getting the harvest in. And they're getting on nicely with the sowing for next year. We've had another family move in as well. Let's upgrade that burgage plot. And we're going to assign you the job of a joiner's, or possibly a bower's. We are going to need to get some warbows so we can start to put together some archers. So let's go for a bower's workshop because that allows us to raise some of our own troops without having to get too heavily stuck into massive imports of iron, which for the moment we're just keeping enough in to keep our tools upgraded. In fact, I should probably set a limit on the bloomery, the amount of slabs we want to produce. Maybe we'll set that to 150 so we can start to build up a little bit more regional wealth. Let's go ahead and open up a new trade on large shields, because we are going to start making those before too long, and we'll export everything over 90. We are going to want a surplus on those. Let's order in another horse to help with trade, and it's probably time we started bringing in some of our own money. So let's get a land tax of 5% so we can start filling up our own coffers with some of the wealth that we're producing here in Aldbrook. We're going to need some more accommodation as well, so let's start to think about the next lot of housing. So we could, once we've got this salt out of the ground, extend this line of dedicated buildings over here. We've also got a bit of space on this road here before a new farming area, but I think we're going to fill up some of this space here now with some more properties that are going to be dedicated with a larger rear open space at the back. So let's just take a line straight across here and let's mimic the break here. In fact, let's get a road across where this one comes across, like so. And then I think what we'll do is reformat this road here so that it gently curves up to meet that intersection. Like so, and we're just going to have to relocate that forester's hut over there. That leaves a few more people available for putting together these new houses as well, which for the time being isn't a bad thing until we get some more migration. So let's fill this space completely. And we'll make sure that these are double burgage plots so that we get plenty of families moving in to help with the back gardens. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's perfect. We could do that, or we could reduce 3 and have slightly bigger plots again, but they'll be more useful to us if they're available for other tasks as well. So we'll go ahead and commit to that. As we travel into autumn, we've got those properties set up and ready to go, and just in the nick of time as the last family moves over into these properties here. So we're going to set this family to make rye bread as their focus because we have an excess of rye flour at the moment. You can see they're already starting to crack into that. And we've got rye grain again from the farms this year. We're not doing much wheat, if any, at the moment, I don't think. We'll set the brewer up. We're not going to set any limits on him because we want him to turn everything he gets into ale. Again, he's probably going to make a start, and already has, 44 ale. Shoes, again, we're not going to set a limit, we'll turn everything we can to shoes. He's doing a good job of that. And we've got production here for clothes linen, but we want clothes yarn because that's what we have available to us. And we've already made 27 yarn, so clothes are well on their way. And we're making bows, not crossbows for the time being. Although I am tempted to go straight for crossbows. Why not? Let's go straight for crossbows. So we will set him to make that family to make crossbows, and we'll set the family next door to be a blacksmith's workshop where we can make the metal parts he's going to need. We'll wait for a little bit more immigration before we start thinking about getting an employee at the tavern. Let's set up these properties here. So how are we doing for vegetables? We're doing okay. We seem to have a reasonable stockpile as we go into autumn. But I would very much like to get some more. I don't think we're making the best use of the space over here. It might be that the one family in here can't keep up with the amount of burger plot space they have. If we keep seeing this be empty, what we'll probably do is demolish this burger plot and rebuild it in such a way as it has 2 dwellings to take care of the land it has. But I don't think we'll set any of these to be orchards. We have 3 large orchards over here. We will, once we plant some pears there. Now we have the finances to do so. So I think we'll have all these vegetables, and we can do some more orchards elsewhere further down the line. So we'll get all of these constructed. We're not going to double up the burger spot living space on them just yet, because chances are we're going to want some more dedicated properties before we double up on families living in these spaces here. It's been a while since we've checked in with our adversary, so let's pan on over and see how the AI is getting on with their town. So it looks like they haven't got a level 2 church, and they've grown out a bit, but not loads in the time that we've left them alone. They haven't got a garrison tower yet either, so I don't think they're much to worry about for the moment. Obviously we've the risk of brigands coming in at some point, as well as the enemy AI placing a claim on one of our realms, and it's only so long before they place a claim on Elfbrook, so we do need to make sure we start getting some weapons produced. So at the smithy we're going to set a production for iron parts, and we want a surplus of 20 at any given time. And that's going to hopefully allow our bower to start making crossbows. And then actually we're going to get another blacksmith next door. He's going to start making us some spears. And then we're going to need to get a joiner to start making us some of those shields we're going to need. I might see about just adding one property onto the end here. If I can get it to be approximately the same size. So we can get a joiner sooner rather than later, because as it is, might be a little while with everyone that needs to fill in down here. We seem to be doing pretty well in terms of exports, making a lot of money from charcoal. Actually, we're still getting there with the dress stone. How much dress stone do we have sat around? Not loads, so we could definitely do with producing more dress stone. So I think that means we're going to need some more stonemasons in our stonemasons station. So we'll get another worker there. And are we done with planting up in the fields? Yeah, looks like we are. So we can free up a whole bunch of people to go and work elsewhere. So we've got a nice full field of rye and a field of barley for next year's harvest. This might be a good time as well to build another farm, which we will tuck in just behind these houses here. Perhaps just there, that might give us space to build a second row of houses. Let's pop it around the other way. We'll line up with these properties here. And then pop it as far to the right as we can. Looks good. And we'll just build the road across there. And that'll service this area over here. This is really starting to get cleared out. Let's order another horse, I think. And that'll give us the 4 horses for our initial... Oh, we've already got them actually. In which case, let's get a oxen ordered up. We could set our livestock trader to bring in oxen over time, but I just prefer occasionally adding one. I know we're doing it sequentially then. And we've actually got 2 fields of rye this year. That's good. Mushrooms are also done. So let's free up the foragers to help with available construction. And we won't be specialising that until we have someone living there. And we want you making spears to a surplus of 90. Not making small arms, sidearms. Do tend to prefer having a spear wall of shields that can outlast our opponents as opposed to a high attack swordsman, although a mix might be good in the end. With some of that additional labour that's been freed up, let's go ahead and open up one of the other mines, one of the quarries rather, and fill up the stonemasons station so that we can start to produce as much stone, dressed stone as possible, with the aim of exporting it for a good profit. And it might be time as well, with plenty of ale sat about, to start opening up the tavern. As people start to get chilly in winter, maybe a nice drink will warm their hearts and their minds towards us. We've got plenty of malt, and that's all of this year's barley turned into malt. And we have a healthy stockpile of ale. So let's get a couple of workers down at the tavern. And we're going to need to get another worker as well at the granary. Let's get carrots. We'll start with carrots and work our way through with carrots, cabbage, beet all the way down. And we might as well do that before people move in, so we don't have to remember it later. So carrot, cabbage, beet, and then we'll have to wait for a little bit more income before we can get more of those. But we can upgrade that property to level 2 in any case. And we need to remember as well to get a few more goats here as we can afford it. And I imagine people will be becoming quite happy quite quickly. It's just garments that we're missing now. We're not turning all of the wool into yarn, so when we get someone available, we probably want to get an additional family working at the weaver's workshop. In fact, we'll pull someone away from the stonemason station and we'll send them to the weaver's workshop. And that's a nice, considerable sized upgrade to our town. So let's watch the winter pass us on by. So the thaw is upon us in February, and we've lost half of this forest we started with over here now. So we're going to get 2 workers in the foresters' huts straight away. And we have a raft of buildings ready to be upgraded to level 2 as people have been moving in. So we'll go ahead and get all those upgrades done. Oops. Including a expansion there by accident.
So fresh, you'll swear they was picked this very
Wonderful, and we'll just get that upgrade that we missed as well. And this one too. We've got a nice bit of regional wealth ticking in, and that's also topping up our own fund nicely as well. Doing well for food, we're doing okay for fuel. As we come back into the season, we need to make sure we get a couple of families again employed at the foragers' huts. And as construction is completed here, we'll need to start making sure the rest of these properties are assigned their given vegetable.
step right up and sample.
We're up with a reasonable number of spears, and we've got plenty of crossbows. So what we're going to do... Oh, actually, okay, you do get a retinue as soon as you build a manor. In which case, we might as well get on and build ourselves a garrison tower. Over there. And let's raise a couple of units of crossbow. I'd actually like to have 3 units. So 3 units of crossbow. And that will probably be Altbrook's main contribution to the military. We'll need to get some spears and shields up. We may get some from the other regions as well. We'll see how we go. Probably not this year, but perhaps next. We'll move in and expand into the next region over. But we want to make sure that we're capable of defending Altbrook to start with. And that might mean as well getting a wall up around the manor, which would be something nice to do. Do we have anything stored log-wise over here? We do. That's fine. Let's get another logging camp and pop it down next to this one here. We'll line it up with the first and just connect the road out down there. And we're still making plenty of planks. We've got 1.1k planks, so we've certainly not got any shortage on those. Might be worth setting a plank limit. Let's go for 1500, and we'll definitely have plenty enough when it comes time to build the castle. We'll order another oxen because we haven't done that in a while. And how are we doing with clothing? Let's have a look at the resource records. Clothes in the past 30 days. 1. The past 12 months. 1. So we've produced 58 in the past 12 months. Not much in recent months though. That's probably due to the backlog of wool that we had that we've now worked our way through. So to speed up that a little bit while we have the money available to us, because we probably are buying in a fair amount of iron now, I'd imagine. Let's maybe up the amount of iron we want to have available to us at any given time. Let's make that 30, so we don't run out. And let's go to the livestock trader. We'll get a family working there temporarily. And we want to import a desired surplus of, let's say, 10 sheep to really get the flock going. It's dropped to 2, which I imagine means we lost 2 sheep that passed away. We haven't got anyone that would be accidentally slaughtering them, I don't think, so I don't need to worry about that too much at the moment. We seem to be making plenty of shoes. We've gone through most of our stockpile of ale by the looks of things. That hasn't quite done the job of passing us over onto +2 monthly migration, so we might lower taxes a little bit just to keep people satisfied. Carrot, cabbage, beet, carrot, cabbage, beet. And it won't be long before we'll need to start expanding those living spaces as well. And we've got plenty of time before we have to worry about the harvest. We've got loads of rye bread as well. We can probably afford to get a bit of a tithe set up. Again, we need to wait for the manor to be upgraded to do so. Population has grown already to 203. So it ticked up at just at the end there. So nice progress on that front as well. Let's plan out where we're going to have some additional fields. But before I do that, let's go over to here. We'll get a family working at the forester's hut down there. And we're going to set a limit on the carpenters here. We want to have a stockpile of at least 20 timber. Okay, so in terms of fields, again we've got lovely fertility for rye, and actually fertility over here for flax is awful too. Okay, I was hoping we could maybe grow a little bit there, but we've got wool, so we don't necessarily need to grow any flax here. So let's get on and place down a number of fields, but first let's continue where my road finishes here and just finish that down like so. Not the nicest curve, but what it really needs to do is make sure we're not building on something that is not particularly fertile. And let's then snap to road and start in the corner over here. Let's make a bunch of 0.5 Morgan fields here. We'll have a bit of a patchwork. And hopefully that will make it a little bit more efficient for the oxen to move into each field, plough it, and move on to the next one, while the previous one is being harvested, or rather, while the previous one is having everything sown in it. So we'll try and make good use of the space. That's available to us. Not terribly worried about these all lining up. Just a nice natural patchwork is what I'm after. And try not to build anything bigger than 0.5 Morgan. So that's 6 to start with. Maybe we'll build another 3. Which can start to taper in on the road here. 0.5 Morgan, that looks good. Ooh, got a bit of a parallelogram going on here. Bring that up from the bottom corner, come across the top. 0.5. And then we're going to have some slightly funkier shaped ones in here at the bottom. It doesn't want to build there for some reason. What if I start here, come across like this? Is it the road? Nope. That rock? Is it the salted earth? It's not the rock. Do we need to skip that bit? Looks like maybe we do. It's a shame. Well, nothing to be done about it. I take it won't let us fill it in. Oh, it will. How bizarre. So if we delete that, can we get another field in next to it? Doesn't like it connecting back in there. Let's take off snapping to roads and just get as close in as we can. Looks like this is going to be a 0.6 Morgan. But better that than not have anything on the corner. And then fill in those there, another 0.6. Okay, bit of a patchwork. And we're not going to set anything up for those yet, but we do have the farmhouse here ready to work it. We might even put down a second farmhouse, and all perfect. We can get one on this side, right next to the river. That's nice. Garrison tower has been constructed. Got a property ready for upgrading here. People are pretty happy. Looks like everyone is tended to. Just missing out on garments, and it looks like we have run out of ale in terms of beverage supply. We've got a little bit left. Some entertainment supply at least. We have plenty of spears for when we start getting some shields produced, which will be the focus of that property there. And then we'll get all these upgraded to additional living space before too long as well. Food again is looking really good. Got loads of rye bread. And we've worked our way through all of the flour and grain. So just the one worker in that windmill is doing plenty of work for the time being. Loads of time on those fields over there. Order in additional ox while we're thinking about it. Another family moving in there, so we've got all of those now fully occupied. So as soon as that's occupied, we'll get on and upgrade those. And how are we doing with trade? We spent a lot on importing iron. But we've got even more from exporting stone and charcoal. So we seem to be doing pretty well on that front. Everyone seems to be working. It looks like really it's the horses that are limiting us. We don't have more people trading than we have horses. So it might be time as well to start thinking about perhaps we need a second trading post to up our output. Granary again is getting pretty crowded over here. We could do with an additional family helping there. And the storehouse is looking pretty pressed as well with one family. So let's get another one in. Well, that seems to have abated things a little bit. The granary's still saying it's pretty pushed. So we'll get another family. I suppose they do have quite a large concentration of people here. Upgrade that end property. We're just waiting for a family to move in here, so that we can upgrade it and get our carpenter at last. So new food stalls start going up on what I suppose is our small village green. Population is growing nicely. Quite a while yet until harvest. So we harvested all the clay we could, and we've got 45 roof tiles. We are going to need to start thinking about importing some clay. So we'll also want to start thinking about exporting even more of our goods. We've got 50 dressed stone, which is good. We're building up a bit more of a surplus. It might be that I go into the trade, and let's get to dressed stone, and we're going to export everything over 100. That's going to delay us a little bit on exports. But hopefully we can build up a bit of a surplus, which we're going to want for when we build our manor. So just as soon as we've sorted out this property here, we're going to probably do a little bit of planning with our manor over there. But I don't want to miss this family moving in, because as soon as they do, we need to upgrade all these houses with additional living space. Okay, well fortunately, I had a bit of a panic there because I thought those bandits had arrived directly in Ulkbrook, but it looks like the AI is about to have a very bad day. So I guess we'll see just how many troops Eldhad has managed to summon. Endres. And we'll see if they can shrug off this brigand raid or whether they will succumb to it. It'll be very interesting indeed. Had they arrived at us, we would have put up a decent fight. We've got a lot of crossbows, but we would struggle. We don't have loads of footmen. And without the infantry to hold them back for the crossbowmen to do their work, we may have struggled. So we're quite lucky that they have appeared over there. So we'll see how they fare. A handful of retinues of 5. Sadly, I don't think that's quite going to cut it. Unless, do they have the money to hire in? They do. So they have hired in some mercenaries, but unfortunately for them, they're very much at the wrong end of the map. But they have hired in some this end. Looks like they're putting up a fight, but they are heavily outnumbered. Fighting in between the houses with a handful of militia that they've been able to rally. To be honest, they're putting up more of a fight than I thought they'd be able to. But it looks like numbers are starting to take their toll. Fierce fighting around these Burgish plots. And there we have the AI settlement. It's been torched. Whether or not they can recover, we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. As the heavens open, the fires burn. Well, they appear to have survived. Their reinforcements never got anywhere close before they were done raiding. So we'll have to wait and see if they lost too many crucial supplies and whether or not they can recover. But it looks like, even though they had to sacrifice a lot of their men, they were able to delay the burning and perhaps mean that it wasn't quite as bad as it could have been. We'll just count our lucky stars that it wasn't us. So, in all of that, I've done exactly what I didn't want to do, and I've missed the fact that we need to get the upgrades there, so we can still have people move in. So let's go ahead and build all of the extensions where we haven't done so already on these Burgish plots. And there we have it. And now we're up to 8 available living spaces. Let's get this family specialised down to be a joiner's workshop. And just as soon as that's finished construction, we will set him to making shields. How are we doing for wool? We have got some wool which is being turned into yarn. Let's get an additional... Well, how are we doing with the people here? They're spending a bit of time waiting, so I think they have got enough time on their hands. We're not flush for cash really, so I don't want to go importing any more sheep than we perhaps need to. They will grow over time. But we don't have a surplus of 10. Why have we only got 5 sheep? They're taking their time about it, aren't they? Just double check the purpose of all of our buildings. We haven't accidentally built anyone that's gonna accidentally or incidentally slaughter our livestock. It doesn't look like it. I'll just wait for this joiner's workshop to be put together. There we go. And perfect, we want him making large shields. So while we wait for a few more people to move in, and we wait for our clothing surplus to tick up a little bit, we've not got loads of ale, so I think we're probably going to remove everyone from the tavern for now, and just see if we can build up a little bit of a surplus to coincide with when we have more clothing generally available. And hopefully that will allow us to get a bunch of level 3 upgrading done all in one go. To that end, we've got our clay furnace here, but we don't have any clay. So let's open up trade on bringing some clay into the region. I'm going to import it, and we'd like a surplus of 50 at any given time. And maybe 50 is a bit high. Like I said, we're not flush for cash. Let's set that to 30. And we will set our clay furnace to make no more than 100 roof tiles. So we've got plenty of available living space for the time being. Let's go over to the manor and start thinking about what we want to do with our castle. So as I said, we're positioning it here, just because I think, we can zoom out a long way here, can't we? All the way on top of the mountains. Anyway, I think here's a good location. We're not getting in the way of anything especially. As for the shape, I don't want to make it too large, but I do want to make it large enough that we can fight out of it if necessary, though to be honest I'm not sure it will be. So let's make it a fairly simple shape. Let's put a gate at either end of this road. One there, and we'll put one over here as well. A similar distance away. And we need to turn this one around. A little less. Doesn't matter which side of the road we come from, it does. Okay. So, it's about yay far, so we'll put that about yay far this side. And then we're going to bring both of these out. Hopefully making a bit of a killing gauntlet where enemies will have to be funneled in, allowing us to rain arrows on them. Potentially we could, only with a couple of units of spear, defend the 2 gates, and then position our crossbowmen on the flanks and shoot down and in. So to that end, let's keep it fairly long and thin, I think. And I could kind of do with measuring where the centre line is. Can't build roads in this mode, though. Oh, we can. What am I talking about? Talking a load of rubbish, obviously. So maybe if we go out back to there, maybe we'll just do it by eye. And we'll mimic that on the other side. Okay. Pretty happy with that. We can probably move this one in a little bit. And maybe this one a smidge as well. Just to try and even things up a little bit. See if I can grab that point, if it'll let me. Okay, that's pretty even, I think. Pretty happy with how that looks. And then what we might do, which is something I haven't done before, is have a secondary wall. That we build around the manor itself. And we'll kind of mimic the shape of the outer wall. An inner palisade. We'll just try and build that so that it matches the shape outside without completely breaking it. Ooh. Don't know what that was telling me there. Don't like that. Maybe we'll leave off the inner wall. We could have a second gate though. Or does that look like being in the middle of the fort? Yeah, maybe not. I don't want to spoil the outside edge either. You know what, let's keep it simple for this one. I do quite like how that looks. Let's just add a few outer towers. Put one there. I almost want these facing in here. That obviously needs to be on the other side of the wall. I don't know if I'm going to achieve that without breaking all my walls. Sometimes the castle planet can be a little unforgiving in this game still. Not the smoothest thing yet. Keep that section there and just extend that one up there. Get rid of that tower. Right. Outer guard tower. We'll put one... Oh, that's depressing. Don't like that at all. Doesn't like it when you add something to the wall. Provides 10 garrison space. Can I add one there? And there. Yeah, without too badly affecting the wall. It's just getting it on the wrong side there though. What we might do is put the outer towers just inside of the walls. We'll just leave them all fall together for the time being. Let's keep things simple. I know I keep saying it, but maybe this time I will listen to my own advice. He says clicking on it again. Sometimes simplicity is best. Let's go with that. And we're not going to commit to the construction straight away, because I would quite like to build this in stone from the get-go. I foresee that being a problem. I don't know about you. Yeah, we do have to use outside towers to fix that problem. If we delete these inner walls, and put an outer tower. Just on the inside here. And the same here. Can we then connect up those walls? And will that fix the problem? And we can fix the belly on these later. Okay, that does seem to work. We just need to have a slightly larger shoulder on these. Yep, okay. And obviously we need to upgrade these as well. And that is quite the imposing structure to funnel yourself into, isn't it? You would think twice about attacking that. That's for sure. I like that a lot. The walkways, they're still working on. They haven't quite got those right yet. But I'm not going to build loads and loads and loads of towers just to fix that. This wall isn't quite the same as the other one. So let's build off there. And then build the wall out like so. Upgrade it. And upgrade this one as well. And then at this end, we need to do something much the same as we have previously. We'll delete these walls. We'll move these edges out just a tad. We have to build that one again, I think. That looks about right. Cost is going to be quite high here, I can tell. Never mind. Couple of outer towers. Positioned like so. Walls connected back into them. And walls connecting them back to there as well. Upgrade and make sure the shoulders are the right way around. And upgrade this wall as well. And finally the outer towers on the end. And while not perfectly symmetrical, I'm pretty happy with how that looks. I don't want to fret over it to the point of it breaking too badly. And it definitely serves the purpose we want it to. Right, and we're happy with that shape. Let's bring that in there a little bit. Okay. Oh, and of course, we'll want to upgrade our manor itself. And position this in the wall as well. Or nearer the wall. Maybe not. Okay, so we need a lot. A lot more stone. Need 440. So we will leave that be for the moment. We'll click back around to our town. And let's focus on getting that much stone, so it's 440. So we need to set a trade limit export. Trade export limit. We need 500 for ourselves. That's we're gonna take a hit because that's gonna be something we're not exporting for quite some time. We could probably do with making a little bit more charcoal. That's something we are still exporting. So let's get a charcoal kiln and we'll pop it down over in the new industrial sector. And hopefully our foresters are making good use of their time, because as we can see, we are cutting down the forest at quite a rate around this area. Still got 47 days left of the harvest. We're filling up our 3 units of archers quite nicely, and we've started to have some shields pop out because our spear unit is also starting to fill up. We can free up the foragers for the time being, and I think we've got enough people available potentially to start thinking about the farms over here. So I think it would be useful to have a couple of stables over here for oxen, so we'll build those there. Let's order a plough for both of these and get those underway. And then over at this farm, we need to set a advanced work area so that they only work on those farms there and don't come over here. And once those farms are completed, we'll need to do the same with these. And I guess we might as well start with the 3 fields that are closest to us. And we'll go for, same as we have over there, a rye and barley rotation. We're not getting much barley out of these at all, but it's better than getting no barley. And any barley we don't have to buy in and we home grow is a success. And we'll get an ox ordered and we'll upgrade these to stables right away. And there we have those. Let's set an advanced work area for our new farms, just encompassing those farms that we've set out already. And let's get a couple of families working at each of these to start with. And we want some livestock assigned to them. And we're at that stage of the game where really we could just do with more people. So we really do want to focus on growth. It's a shame we haven't been able to get up to +2 monthly migration. But I'm hopeful that as our clothing supply starts to come online, we are going to get there. How are we doing for sheep? 7 sheep and 7 lambs. Certainly taking its time to grow that population. 14 out of 109. Maybe let's get an additional worker. Kind of galls me to get an additional worker at the livestock trading post. We'll hold off. We will free up a worker from the weaver's workshop though, because I don't think we're producing enough wool to justify having 2 people there. Looks like we're struggling on producing enough iron slabs, so let's get a second worker at the bloomery so we can pump out a little bit more steel. And we've got no one working at the tannery. That's because we built 2. That's fine. Well, let's get rid of this one here and put that there. Might be worth slightly reforesting this area so the tannery has access to plenty of bark. We've got fledgling trees being planted down here. And we've got the first couple of fields springing into action with the 2 new farms we've placed over yonder. 6 living spaces currently, and we're now thinking as well, next spring I think we'll move over into Luterflucht. We've got a rich resource of eel and mushroom as well, so we'll take advantage of those. We'll probably have our initial settlement down here off the King's Road, and then it'd be nice to have a settlement placed up here, probably with a manor at the centre of it, as we start to push towards our eventual foes. And harvest is nearly upon us as well over here, so we're going to want to free up a few families before too long. Because we do have so much food, I'm probably going to pull them from our other food production areas, as well as I don't really want to pull anyone from stone production, to be honest, because I do want to get enough dressed stone put together that we can go and get on with constructing our manor and our first castle. So, are we exporting rough stone? Or is it just dressed stone that we're exporting? Good, we're not exporting rough stone. You can see our income has dropped drastically now we're not exporting dressed stone. So let's quickly establish a trade route for rubble stone and set that to export, because my goodness do we have a lot of rubble stone. So we can start selling that at the very least. Let's check this market supply, they're fine, and they're fine as well. It's quite a bare patch of earth here. We might end up reducing the size of this market, it might be bigger than it needs to be. Having said that, when this is upgraded to level 3, it might be that we need that many people to help manage over there. Let's free up everyone from the fishermen's huts, and we're going to send them all to work at that farm there. We'll leave the mushrooms for a minute, and we'll get an additional family at that farmhouse too. We've got 5 available living spaces, but we're definitely going to do another upgrade before we get any of our properties up to level 3, because clothes are a little way off at the moment. So we've got plenty of vegetables that are going to be coming down the line. We could think about getting some more orchards planted. As for where they would go, they could go potentially here, extending that way, but that's into where we're wanting to forest. They could go this end, but that's quite away from our central infrastructure. But it is probably where the next orchard will go. So perhaps the next lot of houses won't be orchards, but instead they will be more burger spots like these, producing meats, and we'll fill up this space here. We'll just have to see how well the marketplace supplies by the time we get down to here. We could fit an orchard or 2 in this space here as well, maybe one here and one here. Let's see how that would work out. See if we can get a efficient sized plot. Well, that's nice actually. That's 2 decent sized orchards. So we'll go ahead and get that built, and then we'll see if we can't get another one over on this side here, which would be much larger again. And I'm quite keen to fill out here as best we can. To do that, we need to make sure this road doesn't just terminate there, but connects back into this road. Like so. And we bring the property line right up here, drag it round, come across the top. That's one big orchard. I like the look of that. And then we'll also expand through the centre, like so. We'll have all these as double dwellings. Yeah, we could have them as individual. That would give us more backyard space compared to the number of families that are here. Yeah, why not? Because by the time we fill these, realistically I think we should be up to level 3, and that's going to free up a lot of space here in those dwellings. Okay, we'll set that to build. And let's watch our new residential quarter spring up with a beautiful view over this autumnal valley. Having said that, we do not have many families currently available. We might need to wait until we have the farming season out of the way. But in the meantime, we can have people bringing resources so that they are ready to build when we do have families available. We've got some crop rotation going on. No storage space left at the saw pit. How are our storehouses doing? That one is very full. May need to start thinking about building another storehouse. In fact, it might be worth having a little bit of space in here for a market. Having said that, we could put a market over here or here for eventual housing here. And that would certainly service this road as well. So maybe we'll go for that. We need to get that salt out the ground at some point as well, but it's not terribly urgent. Let's get an additional family starting work at the new charcoal kiln. Hopefully we're seeing some new trees being planted out here as well. Not many yet, but hopefully before too long there'll be more. It's quite a long way for that traveller to go. We should probably connect this road across here to provide a straighter access to the King's Path rather than it weaving all the way up over this hill. It seems like a lot of wasted effort to me. We've got 17 sheep, so we are growing the numbers we have there at least. Construction is starting to get underway. And just as soon as we can get people out of these farmhouses, we'll do so. It looks like we're already starting to get a few waiting, but there is still a field being ploughed. So that will still need planting up. We're halfway there on the stone, which is encouraging to see. Oh, that was expensive. I imagine that's all the iron we're buying in. Speaking of which, look, we've got 4 full units. So let's go ahead and get another unit of spear. We might even go as far as to get another one, although it dilutes our forces further, and that's basically going to be our full army, because that's as many as we can hire with that retinue. And we'll have all spear. 3 spear and 3 archer. And that's going to do nicely for defending, if we need to, from our keep. Okay, still hard at work there. We'll watch the flow of people down the high street. It's certainly becoming a busy place. 224, population's not exploded really, but it is growing fairly steadily. First burgish plots are going together. And just as soon as we're done sowing here, we'll free them up for work elsewhere. Quite the expansion. Okay. let's free up those families. Look at that. With all those families freed up, it took no time at all to build that new line of housing. And as we can't get back out to work the foraging areas anyway, because it's winter, let's pour all of our newfound labour that we've just freed up from all the farms and quarry with a vengeance. We can also free up our foresters and we'll set them to work in their winter work as stonemasons. We've boundless accommodation space. Let's get these 3 burgish plots set up for orchards. Hopefully they'll move into those first, but you never know really. We'll need to make sure that this burgish plot as well is set up for double accommodation quickly, because I would say they're probably going to need that additional help with getting everything out of the orchards, because they have got a very large orchard on their hands. If we zoom out, we can see we're really starting to take up a decent amount of space here, and it's all fitting together quite neatly. We've got quite a stockpile of spear, so it's definitely still shields that are holding us up. Although as well as shields, obviously we need enough people, so we're going to need to keep growing our local population. Obviously it can be quite devastating to a population if you lose a lot of troops in a battle, so hopefully we don't have anything too decisive or Pyrrhic, that's the word I'm looking for, Pyrrhic. Any Pyrrhic victories, where we lose a large number of our men in the process. Okay, winter is settling in, and at the moment we're sort of just waiting for more families to move in, and waiting for enough stone to be produced so that we can start work on our manor. And also spring, so we can move into a new region. Although I think we might have to wait a year. Although it's coming from our treasury, doesn't it? So I think we should be okay. But I think what we'll do is, as the snow starts to fall, we'll watch our villagers hard at work cutting into the earth and producing us all that stone that we're going to need. Alright, we've made our way through the worst of the winter. We're into February, it's not long until the thaw now. And how are we doing for stone? 544. Very nearly enough that we can start to think about construction of the manor. Okay, so what I think we're going to do is, before we get going with all of the summer activities that we're going to need people for, we're going to pull nearly everyone out of the quarries to try and make this as swift a construction as possible. So that's 25 families that are free and available. And we haven't got anyone moving into those new dwellings yet. We're still filling up the ones over here. We've got the orchards constructed there already. But I think it's time to get on with construction. Got 12 oxen. Hopefully that gives us a reasonable number available. So, let's watch construction of the manor. We must interrupt this broadcast, or we are being claimed. Awkward time. We haven't really got there with the manor yet. But I fear we're going to have to put things on hold. I'm not sure it's at a point yet where it's really feasible to hold the keep. It's just got its gates. Alright. In that case... Is that the right way around? Yeah. What we're going to have to do is fight back. Let's get a few families reassigned. And what we're going to do is we're going to pause construction on the manor for the time being. So we can free up our men to go and fight. And to fulfill other roles. We'll get the foresters back to work. Let's get the forager's hut going. And the fisheries. We'll also reopen the quarries. As well as the stonemason stations. And we're still 90 days from the harvest, so at least we don't need to worry about that with immediate effect. No one moved into these properties yet, so we're still okay on that front. Okay. Who can we hire in? Let's go and see how well our adversary recovered from their little brigands episode. To be honest, doesn't really look like we've done anything since then that I can see, so... You know, the problem is they can still hire people in, and that's a threat. How is our own military looking? Okay, we have 6 mostly full divisions. We have 3 spear and 3 crossbow. We're definitely going to want to hire in some mercenaries though. Wow, they're rubbish. What a bunch of useless mercenaries. Do you know what? We'll take the Brotherhood of the Forest, because they have archers. And we will leave everyone else to the AI. We're going to rally our own forces for the first time. And we're going to fight this claim. We're not going to roll over. I'm not paying you any money. How dare you? Enemy units spotted. Oh my goodness. Okay. So they've come in right on top of us. So it's straight to battle here. Ideally, I want to run the archers out. And I'm going to run the brigands in. I'm not sure they're going to escape though. Really want to get them out. Push those guys in. Alright. That's not gone well. Our archers have immediately become surrounded. Check that no brigands have popped in the other end. We're just going to have to sandwich in as quickly as we can. We're going to lose a lot of men there. At least they're mercenaries. The battle itself is going to take place over there. So we will assemble our forces and make haste. Having said that, the enemy is coming in over here, but you know what? I really don't want to be burying anyone on our own land. So we're going to run our forces towards the contested zone. I've had it before where if you don't contest the zone, you just kill the enemy, they end up winning anyway. And as long as their enemy forces are coming through our land, they're not actually going to pillage, burn anything. You would have been useful, but not yet. How are our other forces getting on? So it looks like some of our brigands survived. We lost all of our archers though. I'm actually going to disband them because they're not going to be of much use to us, but at least they did take care of some of the enemies we had come in. In the meantime, oh, I told you to run. You should all be running. Run, men! You don't want to get caught. We're going to run all our men to the contested area. And we're going to set up a killing field. So we'll arrange our spear in front. Don't know why one unit there is appearing so much smaller than the others. And then we will have our crossbows behind. Set to shoot it well. It looks like we're only going to have the one unit of brigands to face in any case. It seems they are rather upsetting the local population. They're probably just wondering why our army ran away. And that's because we don't want to have to bury anyone in Aldbrook. That's a bit of a pain, so I'd rather they died over somewhere we can leave them in a field to rot. As horrible as that sounds. And we won't be able to let this slight go unanswered either. We may have to push towards them and perhaps take them out of the game, which would be a swift end to this campaign. We wouldn't even have occupied the second region. But we've had a lovely playthrough in this space, so we'll just have to wait and see. Let's speed things along a little bit. We still have plenty of families here that could be doing other things. Still a while to... yeah, 82 days to harvest, that's fine. Might as well get some additional families working at the quarries and stonemason stations, seeing as they're free. I'll get a fourth family there as well. And our men are resting up nicely. We'll arrange some neat shield walls. And we will arrange our archers behind. And the battle begins. It's not going to be much of a battle. Battle lost. What? Okay, this is a bug that has affected me a few times. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Let me consult the save file. Okay, so I've reloaded a save and I've just about got back to the point where they're coming for us. This time I did hide these guys and run them in before contesting the claim. So let's get back to where we were. We're going to have our units of spear. Got one unit coming from that side and we've got two from that side, so we'll deploy one unit of spear on this side and a shield wall. We'll deploy 2 units on the other. We'll deploy our brigands on the flank here of our men, and we'll put 3 units, 2 units of crossbow supporting this side, and the other and archers will support this side. I do wonder if it was because I didn't respond to the correspondence, so this time I have responded to the correspondence straight away. That might have been where I was tripping up. I'll have to wait and see. Hopefully it doesn't have any issues with the mana, because sometimes loading saves breaks manas. It looks like we've still got a few people working on construction, maybe. They may just be coming in and out of mana to say it's disabled. We'll have to come back to that and see how we get on. In the meantime, let's make sure we've properly disposed our forces. Those men in a shield wall. Archers behind. And we'll get just the other side, actually, of the tree line. Move those men forward. And we should have no problems at all fighting off those meager forces. We outnumber them 3 to 1. Everyone see that we're winning, right? Everyone can see that. If we suddenly are declared having lost, don't pay any heed. Okay. So it looks like they want to attack from one side. New message. 3,800? My claims are non-negotiable. Stop trying to trick me into not responding and losing everything. Battle begins. Let's deploy our forces. Battle lost. Peace declared. A word. The construction still well underway. I think it's time that we look to press a claim towards our adversary, or they claim against us, and this shaky build of the game decides that we no longer own this region. I've spent several hours trying to get this built and fixed. I don't particularly want to see this region handed over to someone else. So we are going to rally our forces, and we are going to hire some mercenaries. I think we will take all of these. And we will march them all into position. It will come from our side as well, actually, which is quite convenient. We'll march our troops up to this border as well. We'll run everyone up there and worry about it later on down the line. In the meantime, we'll keep watching construction. And let's get on and press that claim. And there we have it. The gauntlet has been thrown down. Enemies declared. So, let's go over here. Claims are non-negotiable. Battle is to take place inside of his region itself. Okay. We'll bring our men out of a run and out of shield wall formation. And we will start making our way leisurely towards the enemy. And I think we'll just attack straight in from the flank. And we're going to run up our mercenaries behind. They're going to be very tired after going up that hill, that's for certain. Rather them than me. Still, an impressive sight to see men running, coming from our villages and towns. Hired to support our claims to the region. Our own men are moving through the forest. And together we have a deadly army. Meanwhile, construction continues with our homegrown fortress. Looks like we're running out of sheep space. Excellent, let's just add another pasturing quickly. Probably want to get an additional worker or two at the sheep farm. And let's pop down some pasture space. And we'll just use up, build a road across here. like so. And let's see if we can't follow that along and fill out this space here. Perfect. Surrounding the local watering hole with sheep. Another message. Gosh, that's a lot of money. My claims are non-negotiable. You can't buy me off. These lads are taking their time. Okay, we're gonna march directly into the enemy encampment. Make sure that we are inside of the zone of control. I'm going to set up over there. Bearing down on our long-term adversary. Little do they know that they will be crushed. Well, they might know. They haven't got any troops. Unless they miraculously come up with some. Wouldn't put it past them. We are near the end of the month, so they will be able to employ someone soon. Light spearmen do not move very quickly, do they? That's what I'm learning. Meanwhile, it's slow and steady progress. 89% now on construction. It doesn't look like 89% to me, but I will take their word for it. And then far to the other end of the valley, our troops are arriving. So let's arrange our troops with spears here. We'll flank them with our infantry, and then we'll keep our archers in reserve. Enemy units spotted, and they've come in from the other end of the map. Have any come in from the top? Doesn't look like it. It looks like all of their forces have come in from our end of the valley, far away from where our troops are. But it's also far away from where the claim is taking place. So they'll do well to get there in time to fight us, and even when they do get there, they'll be exhausted from a long march, and we'll be rested from sitting around in their own town. Let's zoom back over, and let's put the infantry on either side, and we'll split our forces to face in two different directions. Another message. That's less money than last time. My claims, I'm afraid, for reasons of shoddy game implementation, claim systems are non-negotiable. I'd like to accept your money and try this again another time. Unfortunately, if I were to leave the game, the manor would fail to be constructed, and you'd very likely claim my region and I wouldn't be able to do anything about it, so... As I said, my claims are non-negotiable. Looks like our residents are hiding. Run away from the enemy troops. I hope soon they'll be back, working on construction. We can't afford many more payments. Don't think we're going to get anything coming in behind us. So we're going to redeploy our forces. We will deploy our 4 units of spear as our front line. I'll have my crossbowmen directly behind them. I'll have my archers behind them. Make sure that all my archers are set to fire at will. We'll keep my sword in reserve and my brigands on the flank, should they be necessary to distract the enemy. And we'll form shield walls with the spear. Ideal. Dude is not getting the drift. He simply does not understand. The forever 89% construction seems to be going well. I suspect I'll come back one day and the entire thing will have just finished being constructed. How are the troops? Pretty well rested. Even the spear and sword are coming up on being rested as well. We're going to tighten up our ranks slightly. And with all of these archers firing at will, we've seen the deadly effect that they can have. So I wouldn't bet on the chances of our adversaries. Once again, our shield walls stand to protect our archers, and our archers will make swift work of our opponents. So they have 2 units of missile, 2 of infantry, and they've got some brigands coming down there as well. They're going to come straight down into our lines. Missiles are being exchanged. Certainly more flying at them than there are flying at us, though. They're being heavily harried by our archers. Oh, we've got another message. Nothing has changed for us. So we're taking care of their troops in the centre. They're all but destroyed. And they've got some brigands rushing around the outside. We're going to take care of them in short order with our sword. It's a quick route, rather unsurprisingly. And that's their archers broken. And I can't imagine these brigands will last much longer. We pull our troops forwards and continue to engage their archers with ours. I wouldn't have thought they've got much left in them. And we'll smash our sword into what's left of the brigands. And let superior numbers and weaponry do the talking. Alright, and just in the nick of time. Significant enemy reinforcements. And they're going to be a lot harder to take down than what we have already engaged. What do we have left over here? A couple of crossbowmen. Hopefully that's it. So we're going to have to turn around. We'll line up with the buildings on our flank. We'll bring our sword into position here. And we'll pull our archers back. What we'll do, we'll just make sure we've taken care of the last of these. And we'll bring our own brigands in to make sure that there are no stragglers behind us. We have taken losses with one of our divisions of spear. Let's go in and clear up the last of these. Make sure we have our men arrayed in shield walls. We'll array our sword on the flank. Unfortunately, some of our archers are not very well rested. There's not much we can do about that. Fortunately, the enemy only have one unit of archers. I think we ought to try and focus down one of the enemy units. And that's quite the hail of arrows. Looks like they might be trying to outflank us, but they're taking a hail of arrows in the flank in the process. Nevertheless, we do need to deal with that. We're going to have to pull off one unit of spear. We'll reform our line. And we've been engaged here on the flank. We'll keep 3 units attacking these. We're going to peel off one of these swords to go and help here. One of our spear, rather. It's important we don't get too split up here. No other mercenaries are available. We've got what we've got, unfortunately. Alright, we need to push those archers. They're taking our men in the back, so we're going to sacrifice our brigands. We'll set 2 units of our archers against them. Our spear has been engaged there. We'll try and take care of these spears, and then we can move around to help the remaining forces. Broken them. We'll pull these troops into support of our men here. We'll deploy these troops on the flank. We're going to give an additional unit of archers to the chase for theirs. Excellent. It looks like an attacking piecemeal. We've been able to split up their forces and make best use of our superior numbers of archers. Our sword and spear haven't had to do an enormous amount of fighting. We're going to pull in... Oh, there's more enemies coming from our side of the map. It's okay, we'll definitely have dealt with these by the time it comes to that. We're going to push all our reserves, all of our infantry into taking care of the remaining enemies here. And I'm going to pull off all archers to take care of the enemy archers. And we've broken that force, so we'll reform the remains of our infantry. We've taken fairly heavy losses, especially to one unit of our spear, but we've not taken devastating losses. And it looks like the remains of the enemy arch units are fleeing. An enemy unit of spear over here. Let's form back up. Claims are still non-negotiable. We still have considerable archer power, but our infantry is definitely showing the signs of being in prolonged conflict. Having said that, we still do have a decent number of men. I say there's 31 of them, but I'm not exactly sure where they are. Well, we'll position ourselves like so. Directly support my spear with crossbow. And keep my archers back here. That's probably the last time we can afford our mercenaries. And we need the archers to rest. So I'm not going to go chasing after any isolated enemy units. How are we getting on with construction? So what do we have coming? We've got 2 units of sword and a unit of archers. We should be able to take care of that without too many losses on our side. 90% now. We've gained a whole percentage of progress over with our manor. Otherwise, things seem pretty fine over here. We've obviously got some mourning families, unfortunately. And we have a lot of properties that we need to specialise and not upgrade. So they're struggling for meat, fishes or animal produce. Do we not have anyone working with fisheries? We do. Do not have much fish available. We don't. Let's get an additional family on each of these working here. And maybe that's a good opportunity for us to go through and build a number of animal pens in these properties. And then we'll do some chickens along the end here as well. And we'll throw a few honey on the end. Meanwhile, we'll let our troops rest up. Archers are regaining their strength, while the enemy brings, hopefully, what will be their last force against us. We would really struggle with another round of hiring. For one, we couldn't afford to hire any more mercenaries, and we know from the money that Eldhart keeps throwing at it, he can. And our existing forces, especially once we lose the mercenaries that we already have, will struggle when it comes to fighting that many enemies in one go. We'll form our spear up here on the front. We'll keep our sword to the side as we have done throughout the conflict. And we'll form up our archers behind, expecting a frontal charge from that direction. I don't think that unit spear actually exists, to be honest. If it does, I don't know where it is. Okay. Should probably spread out our archers to make them less vulnerable from enemy fire. And I think we'll do the same with our troops here as well. And we'll make sure that we return fire as far as possible. Try and pull our sword out of sight. And hopefully this will be a slaughter. We'll form into shield walls if they get close enough. That'll be now. They're broken. We'll focus on the next ones. And on their own, they don't stand much of a chance. And they're broken already. Now we need to push our archers in and take care of the enemy archers. We'll have shield wall and missile alert for our infantry. We'll go and check how things are down at the homeland. Looks fine, construction's still going on. And we're still pressing the remains of the enemy forces here. They're all but done. And they're broken. Battle lost. I'm not sure how or why. But we can't afford to keep these mercenaries. So we're going to have to disband them. That's a real shame, because that's quite a bloody conflict we've had. We've lost a good dozen men to that fight, and we haven't really gained anything from it. It cost us all of our influence, and we haven't managed to take Eldhart out of the game. Perhaps though it's bought us time, and he won't be claiming against us again too soon. But we'll take our troops home and lick our wounds. Perhaps Eldhart will at least know that we're not going to be so easily pushed aside. Not enough pasture space. Really? Is that an issue for stable space? No, it's not stables. I wouldn't have thought we had a problem with pasture space. There's an enormous pasture over there. And we're going to ignore that. Maybe we'll add another pasture somewhere else as well. But, I mean, it should be plenty large enough, I would have thought. Maybe we'll build another sheep farm down here. Ready to help. Okay, excellent for food and fuel. And still we're pressing on with construction over here. We've nowhere else really anyone can move in without doing any major building. We haven't got meats, fishes, roots, etc. Still struggling on the garment front, which is surprising because we do have a lot of wool. I would have thought now we've got quite a surplus of wool actually. So that's telling us we need to get more workers into the weavers. So we'll up that to 2 there. And how are we doing with the farms? Let's see if we can free up in the time we have before the harvest to get people back out and working on construction. Looks like supply from the markets is absolutely fine. I wonder if we've built up a fair bit of alcohol. Yeah, 145 ale. That'll certainly cheer people up when we start distributing it. How are we doing for weapons? We have a lot of crossbows. I obviously haven't set a limit on crossbow production. What we will do is go to our trading post and we'll open up trade on crossbows, export. We want a surplus of 90 or maybe 100. Although if we lose that many men, I think it's game over really, because we would lose so much of our population. It'd be very difficult to rebuild. That'd be 1/3 of our population. And there we have it. The new manor has been constructed. The walls are up. The stone is laid. The traps at either end. Got gates that it can open and close, giving us complete control of access to the port. Got long curved walls all the way around the outside. Got internal balconies on all sides, so we can deploy our troops and dispose of them as we need, and defend our realm. And it sits beautifully on the edge here, with 4 defensive towers. It's a strong fortification, and it's a wonderful addition to Altbrook. Next, I'm thinking about getting some more housing. So we've had a bit of a boon while we've been putting together the manor and dealing with the various conflicts we've had going on. So we've got no available housing space. We've also got, so we've got an upgrade here, and we also need to buy in some goats and pigs. So how are we doing for animals? We've got sheep, lambs, goats, pigs, fairly even number. So let's go for a fairly even split here. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go for 4 goat. And then we'll fill the rest up with pig. I'll upgrade that last property there as well. Now for the next lot of housing, I don't want to expand too much into this area because this is currently where we're getting our lumber from. I suppose eventually we could move our lumber production to over here, and in that way we could fill up this space with a bit of residential. So that's definitely an option. We'll just check fertility again, yeah, so Probably not going to build anything else over there. We've got plenty of fields over here we can start to activate as we have more workers available. Got a couple people in those farmhouses now as it is. So I think we'll just set up some housing right along here. I don't even think we'll bring a road off it. I think it's quite a nice road leading down to the manor here. We might put a road right along the outside wall of the manor. We'll just build it along here and follow it along the edge. Thought being that you do see some cities and towns where the dwellings are built right up to the walls of the manor, or the castle, kind of outside of the protection of the walls. There's only so much space inside. And I think we could emulate that here, and that wouldn't necessarily take up too much. I just want to make sure this transition looks right here. We might even just come in flat. I think a row of housing along here potentially could look quite nice, and we could even mimic that on the other side. In fact, let's take the road across and mimic it with the road on the other side of the manor. And that may be a future expansion that we do. And we'll finish that one there. We've got the market there, so we'll bring a road off like so. That doesn't join in very well. Let's make that a bit of a smoother transition. And can we mimic that on this side a little bit? Yeah, okay. And then we may even take a straight road across like that. Actually, I think I probably prefer that, yeah. And let's also make this road, take it a little bit further off, like down this side, so it matches up a bit better. And it might be that this is a better place to put this market, so it can better service over here. I'm not going to worry about that too much for the moment, but I might leave a bit of space on the corner here for a few buildings. Let's check as well to make sure that we've got enough wells in the area. Perfect, we can pop one on there. And we can upgrade that to a stone well, which can service a larger area as well. And in terms of what we want from our housing, I think... How are we doing for vegetables? So we've got all these planted up for vegetables. And we've got another 3 large orchards we planted during construction of the manor. Plenty of fields we're hopefully going to start working. And this might be another area to put some housing actually. So we've got a workforce near to where the farms are. So, we make this densely populated along the manor. Maybe this one here, we can go for something a little bit in between. Something with a little bit of space in the back gardens. How does that look? So that's filling out to there. I'm not convinced. Maybe this should be dense. Because it's going right opposite this open space and you've got dense properties over there. So maybe let's come to there and let's make these no bigger than they need to be to have some workable space at the rear. Line them up like that, and they're kind of opposite these ones here then. And let's make these single or doubles. We'll go for doubles for these. And then we'll bring a road off the back here, down like so. And let's just tidy this transition up here. Make it look a little bit more natural on that corner. And how are we doing for resources? We've got plenty of timber. We could even, we've got snap to roads back on, build this at the same time. Just a one plot. That's a very odd looking burgish plot, isn't it? We might have to keep the ends straight. Yeah. And that would have kind of a tiered effect. I quite like that. Tempted to put a road down the middle. Where's the middle? More or less there. Maybe take that to there. And use that as a reference point. Do we continue these roads as well? We could do. Take a road directly up on this side. We'll parallel that to the centre road. And then we'll do the same on the right hand side. Take it up this side, parallel across to there. Then we'll take a road right across the top. And follow this road up here. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah. And I think there's just enough space. The slope might be a problem, but I think there's just enough space to do that the other side of the manor as well. So let's see how many properties we can get into here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of their individual. But what if we were to put these with burgish plots? These burgish plots rather, not with burgish plots, they are burgish plots. What if we put some farms in these? Some vegetable plots. Maybe if we went for 3. So a little bit further dispersed, but with a bit more space in the back to grow some goods. I think that's a good idea. So go for 3 and for 3. And let's upgrade that well to a stone one. And as we go into January, I think that's a good start on increasing our housing stock. We've got a little bit of money in our treasury, in our coffers, so I would like to consider this year starting up in the next region over. We've got some space for people to move in now, so we're making a bit of progress here again. Plenty of food and plenty of fuel to keep everything done here. Taxing wise, we've got 5% and 5%. Let's build extensions on all of these properties. So we'll end up making this a meadow space, I suppose, if we move our forestry over here, but we're not doing that for the moment. So I think we might as well have some more animal pens. So we'll make all of these animal pens, and that will help towards production of meats and of leathers eventually. And all of these here, as we said, we're going to turn these into vegetable plots. And we're going to leave all of the expansions on these off until we have filled all of them with one family each. And then we'll look to expand on the other side of the manor as our next domestic expansion. Got another property here ready to be upgraded to level 2. Got plenty of money coming in, and I imagine that's as we're now building up a good stockpile of dressed stone which we can be selling. Got lots of rye bread. It's going to be good to get a few more meats because we are lacking on those a little bit. We could probably do with an extra charcoal kiln actually, because it looks like we've got lots and lots of firewood. We have 2 fully active. Let's reduce the number of woodcutters we have operational. Maybe we've got slightly more than we need on that at the moment. Plenty of sidearms, still selling those crossbows. Got lots of honey actually as well, which is nice. Got 126 rough stone. So we've got 2 workers at the moment in the stonemason station. and 3 and 3 on the quarries. So we may need to add an extra stonemason. We'll keep an eye on how much we've got there in terms of excess. 125. We're gonna, okay, we'll open up one extra family working there from the get-go. And have we made our way through all of the grain? Plenty of shoes. Doesn't look like we've got any. We've got 101 rye grain sat around. I think perhaps we need a second windmill operating. We might even open all 3 of those. And clothing wise, we have 131 wool. So those extra workers we put in at the weaver's workshop obviously aren't quite enough. So let's get the second shop open. And we'll quickly get more families moving in as we go. We'll upgrade these where we haven't already got level 2. And that's some decent progress, which is also going to help flesh out our military so we can fill up all of these units. And as we tax more, we'll be able to start building up our retinue to be a little bit larger as well. Right, so I think it's time we settled in Leuteflucht. We've grown out Aldrich quite nicely. And we've got a rich resource of eel here, so we probably want to be settling somewhere near that. We've got the mushrooms there as well. Another rich resource as well. So we probably are going to be settling here in the middle somewhere. And we did pop a road across earlier on. So that'll form the basis for where we're setting up. I'm tempted even, because we're taking some houses along here at the Manor. We could continue some housing along here and have it almost run directly into Leuteflucht. That might be quite nice actually, and actually the King's Road kind of comes down here from the top. So if we continue it down, or even, yeah, if we continue this down, kind of a haphazard way it already is, and pop another road just here, going back up to the King's Road by the river. In fact, let's space that out. Let's pop down the famous corpse bits. I may even build a straight road next to this King's Road here. Make a kind of a boulevard. What can we plant in boulevard? We can't plant shrubbery yet, which is a shame. It would be nice if we could put down some rose bushes or something in the middle. That's a bit Planet Coaster, isn't it? Well, let's pop down a corpse bit here and use that to follow a line up next to the King's Road. Like so. Is that going to look incongruous? Not sure I like how that looks. We'll get rid of that. And oh, why can't I delete the corpse bit? Is that going to happen with everyone I put down? It's a little bit odd. Maybe it's because I haven't settled in the region yet. Well, let's pop down our starting settlement, which I think we'll do in the corner here anyway. And we'll have a housing potentially on this side as well, or we may put some industry along the curved part of the road and have another straight road along here. Which again, I would like to properly space out with some corpse bits. So let's get a settlers camp. I'm going to pop it just in there. We can only afford modest, so modest is going to be what we do. Right, does that give me the ability to delete? It does. You. and demolish corpse pits. I was a little bit worried then that because we did that before we actually settled anyone in the region, that they were going to be there forever. So let's take the corpse pits and we're going to just build along here. So 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't want to destroy any of the mushrooms. So maybe let's go for 3. 3 and 3. So build 3 across. We'll take a road right alongside that corpse pit there. And follow that down onto this side. And let's just check that we've then got 3 corpse pits worth on this side as well. So 1 there, gap between's just smaller than a road. And it's quite the difference, isn't it? Yeah, I've built that on the angle. Let's demolish these. And the thing is, this isn't particularly straight line either. Although, maybe it originates in roughly the same place. The other way we can do this is we can just take this corpse pit here and line these up all the way over as a measuring tool. And then build a road up alongside that and just follow that line. Yeah. How's that look? Much, much better. Another laborious process of deleting all of our measuring tools. I think what we might do is have settlements back to back in here. So then let's take these again and we're going to go across another 3. And I'm going to do the same this side. I just deleted all these, but now I'm thinking, do we... 1, 2... It's snapping closer for some reason. 3, 4, 5... So that's 6. So if we make each row sort of 2 deep and have maybe a central section here with goods in it. Yeah, so come across 3 there. Follow these down. Oh, actually. Might just be able to do it this way this time. So it's about that yay much of a gap. And then trace that down here. Might start a little bit wider out on the top road. And a little bit wider out again. Okay. Looks pretty good, although it's a bit hard to tell because of the mushrooms. It'd be nice if there was an actual grid tool or something we could use. That's a little bit simpler than building an infinite number of corpse pits. Which is a bit morbid anyway, isn't it? So that gives us kind of 2 starting sections. And then... I'm not sure how deep to have these. Maybe we'll go 2 of those. And we'll do the same on this side. I'm debating whether or not we use this bottom road or we build another straight road. The advantage of a straight road would be that we have more consistent burgish plots, but as long as we build the front of the burgish plots along this road, have them pointing downwards, then the rear of the burgish plots being an uneven shape doesn't matter. We might do that, because that's kind of, although you've got the King's Road, that's kind of facing our main road that follows right through all of our settlement here, and then across and into Loiterflucht. So we'll come down by 2. And then we'll pop down a woodcutter's lodge, which is a smaller measuring tool. We'll do that on both sides. And then I'm going to grab the road tool and come across tight to both of those. And that gives us the starting zones here and here for a little bit of housing. Although we might even start this side because it's a little bit closer to our starting camp. In any case, we need to get a logging camp down. I think it probably makes sense to put that on this side to make use of this space over here. So I'll pop that down just there. We've got the main road here to feed down to that as well, so it shouldn't take long to build at all. And straight away we want to make sure that we're getting in some food. Zoom in all the way. So let's get down a fisherman's hut as well, and that's right next to the starting camp. So again, that's going to be really helpful for getting in resources nice and quickly. Build that one there. And we'll set time going, making a start. Might even speed things along a little bit. And then we're going to want to get a granary and storehouse. If we're having properties face the main road here, then we'll want a central area somewhere for food and markets. And this might not be a bad place to start, and we could always put one the other end then as well. So let's get a couple of people working at the logging camp straight away. And we'll get the fisherman's hut as soon as they start there as well. Not loads of places we can put a well down here, so we'll go there to start with. Again, get a couple of people working on food production right away. Slow down time a little bit, and then let's get a granary there. Wait for those goods to come in. And then we want to pop a storehouse next to it. Let's turn off snaps of roads because I think we can get a neater finish than that. Maybe let's put it on the same angle that we've got the granary. And both next to each other like that. We'll want to upgrade that well at some point because that's quite far from where we have our people to start with. Housing wise then, we turn snapping back on. I'm thinking we fill up this space here. Let's turn off snapping again in this corner. But they should be nice large enough plots that we can get some vegetables planted up right away as well. Hop over to Altbrook, check how things are going here. Got a couple of burgage plots here ready for upgrading, so we'll upgrade those. What's holding these back actually from being upgraded? Meats, fish and animal products. So that's something we're going to getting more access to all the time anyway, with our numerous new piggies and goats. And also, now we're into the summer, we're getting plenty of fish with the fisherman's huts. We'll upgrade these as well, but first, let's set what these are going to do. So as soon as we've got a bit of a meat problem, I think what we'll do is we'll order in all pigs for these. And the few that have been moved into then we'll upgrade. No one's moved in over here just yet, so that's fine. And yeah, we've got a long time anyway to the harvest. Made any gain through backlog of grain? Yeah, making good progress through that as well. Maybe get an additional forester here as well. I want to make sure that we do have plenty of forest left. Military is filling up to an extent. Making our money back nice and quickly at the treasury as well, which is always good. Up to 8 timber, so let's take a look at getting these properties set up here. Turn off snapping. And is that nice and straight? We might need to start a little bit further off in that corner so we can get a straight finish on that right hand side. It looks pretty good. If anything, I think we need to come back a little bit here. Yeah, looks better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's perfect. We'll get those built. Let's free up a worker from the logging camp. I just want to get our goods inside the granary and the storehouse. So we'll assign a few people to do that and leave one family working for the moment on construction. Hopefully that well is close enough to service these. I think it probably will be. And then let's set up where we're going to put our families move in. Where we're going to put our market. I think we'll pop it just here, using up this space. Massive market there, that should serve us nicely. In fact, we'll probably leave space on the other side for another granary and storehouse. And with that in mind, we will build a few roads here to serve as a small industrial zone. Well, the starts of a larger industrial zone. So maybe we fill up a bit of the space here. Is that parallel? It's a bit wonky, followed the old road a little bit too much. I think we come out a little bit further. Like so. And then bring that back in. Yeah, I think that'll do. Doesn't need to be perfect. And we need to make sure we've got... Yes, they're filled up now, so we'll free them up so they can work on construction. Where am I? Oh, in the corner. How bizarre. And they're flying up nicely. Last couple of plots. Wonderful. Small village settlement level reached. Let's immediately go in and construct these expansions. Additional worker at the logging camp, just so we can bring in those logs. Already a few extra families settling in, so let's get the storehouse and the granary back operational and set that to be upgraded. Oh, and look at that, loads and loads of houses ready to be upgraded in Altbrook. As more meats become available on the market along with the fishes, I would imagine. A few here as well. Fantastic. As for over here, already got a few more people moving in, and we need to pick our specialization. So we're going to do, a lot of fishing and gathering here. So smallholders, that's what we've got over the way. Vault guard, hunting, minor trades, foraged goods, journeyman, joiners, militia, guildsmen, original wealth from burgish plots, lower upgrade cost, and salt and iron ore import reductions, smiths, alps. Now, sheep more resilient land, hunting camps. The sheep more resilient would be nice because we do have that really high plateau here, so we could potentially use that for sheepies. Masons we're not going to need. Don't think we'll bother with armourers. And we're not going to be doing a whole load of farming here. So I think we might go for small holders. That or guildsman. I think we'll go for small holders. Yes, we shall. Let's get a saw pit pop down. Pop that in there. Everything but church access, and we'll get some planks cut up and ready to go. And that'll give us everything we need for our church. Our 20 planks. And we've got plenty of space for people to be moving in presently. We'll upgrade these so we've got space for vegetable gardens. Let's get an additional family working at the fisherman's hut. And we'll order in another ox with some of our starting funds. And we're going to pop this down here, over by where we're chopping everything up. We're also going to need a woodcutter's lodge. And as soon as we've got those built, looks like we've got an additional family, so let's get the saw pit active. I want a reserve of 20 timbers. 15 actually is reasonable to start with. And I don't need more than, say, 50 planks to start with either anyway. Then starting to think about trade early on. Let's get a trading post set up, and we might as well pop that here on the... go on the King's Road. Maybe let's go here. And we're going to continue this road down... What was this? Oh, shrine. Oh, there's been we had a battle here, didn't we? Let's continue that road to there. And kind of build in another section there for industrial space. How are we doing for planks? We're up to 20 planks. Where do we want to build our church? Something probably fairly central. Maybe that's something that can go here actually. So we're not affecting, turn this into a bit of a greenery space around where the mushrooms are. So let's... how do we want to do this? So they're kind of all tightly packed in around there. What if we curve a road? Curves never look good. Not when you haven't set them up properly. Could do something like that. But I think it's an interesting shape actually. I like that. I like that a lot. Build that there. Then starting at the same point. Let's see if we can replicate it on the other side. That looks very similar to me. Can't see it because it's under the mushroom deposit, but let's go ahead and pop our church on the centre of that flat section of road here. Like so. And then we'll connect that road across like that. Enemy unit spotted. Oh no! Raiders. Brigands, and actually from both ends of the map? Ah, no, we're okay. These are actually hired in by our adversary, but not for use against us. Looks like they've had some brigands randomly spawn and attack them. Panic over. I heard the jum sound effect and I had a panic. Church built. And we need to get some fuel. So get a woodcutter's lodge operational. We'll get a third family working there to help bring in as much food as we possibly can. We've already filled up all of our living space. So let's go ahead and build some more. The question is, do we fill up this space here and build these ready so that we've got perhaps some orchards in those spaces? Potentially. Could have a gap in between here. We even have two banks. We could have a section of smaller houses directly opposite this road. Like so. And then put in behind. That still gives nice big ones over here. I think we'll do that. Let's try and line up this with the ones below. That's pretty good. Nope, no road stopping here. And we'll build those just there. With a road behind. Nice straight road ideally. Even if we have to leave a small gap. And then following that from the right hand side, we'll build all the way across to there. We're already into September actually. How have we got on with the fields? Need to get some more workers in the farms. Rather missed that harvest has started. Need some, oh dear. Oh dear. Right, let's strip some workers from the quarries. Before we do, how are we on the split? We've got loads of dress stone and rough stone still, so let's just take fairly evenly from everything. And we're going to pour those workers back into the farmhouse. And we'll also nick some workers from the forester's hut to go and work over there. Looks like we might be starting to get a few clothes pop through circulation. Got plenty of ale when we want to put that back on the market. But there's no point really until we've got clothing other than to boost approval. Now, I'm not desperate for more people at the moment, so we'll just keep upgrading those. Still working our way through the fish really quickly, but we have got a fair stockpile of pork sat around now as well. We may have missed the boat a little bit on harvest this year. Obviously wasn't paying enough attention. Okay, well that should be enough to deal with the issue immediately anyway. We're too distracted by Loiterflucht obviously. And with September coming we do need to get enough fuel in, so let's get a couple of workers in at the woodcutter's lodge and reduce the logging camp temporarily. How are we doing for food? We've got 7 months and we're still able to get food from the fisherman's hut at present. Let's get the first couple of these set up. In fact, we'll do all 3 of these. They're going to be vegetable gardens anyway. So we'll get those under construction at the same time. Wonderful. Already they're just starting to fill up. Fuel is looking great. Food is looking okay as well. We'll just double check how we got on over here with farms in the end. What do we have popped away? So 46 rye grain, 26 barley. So it wasn't disastrous, but I suspect we didn't get everything out of it that we could have done. We don't have a massive need for construction at the moment, so I might leave those workers employed at the farms ready for next year so we don't have to remember to put them back in. And over here, let's set up We'll purchase the seeds we need to get these farms operational as people start to move in. Upgrade that one as well. And let's purchase... let's not purchase some beets. So what are we going to export here? Because really I want to continue building the treasure. We've got, you know, a fair amount there actually already. We may look at doing a claim in a second. But let's think about what we're going to export. So we've got a good source of fish and of mushrooms, but we're not necessarily going to be exporting loads of food. We can grow some rye up on the plains here. Not ideal because of the high level and exposure, but it would be possible. That, or we could look to sell a large amount of charcoal, set up a good production chain for that. We could also sell some wooden goods, so shields, etc. Maybe that'll be the direction we go in. With that in mind then, let's get a forestry pop down nice and early so we can rebuild what we strip away. Maybe we'll put that a little bit further into this space here. So coming from there, let's take a road that terminates in the center, and although it will mean destroying a few trees to start with, let's build a couple of foresters' huts down in there, and then let's get someone working at the trading post and open up trade on firewood. And we're going to export everything over 60. We'll get a couple of people working on selling that, so we've got a form of income that we can use to purchase some vegetables for our plots here. And with these, let's get some animal pens popped on the rear. We'll do that with the first 5, and we'll leave the remaining 3 because we may use those to make joiners, workshops, etc. And to do that, obviously, we're going to need to get some foraged goods in. So that's going to be or vegetables. It's going to be a little while till we get those in because we're going to need to be able to afford to buy them, obviously. Let's upgrade the storehouse because that's filling up pretty quickly. And let's not neglect to get a stone gathering camp down so that we can collect enough stone to upgrade our granary and do some other work as well. Still got fish at the moment, but they may be... No, they're still gathering. Okay, that's good. Now, we've got a reasonable sized army of our own. We've got 1,000 sat in the treasury, and we've got 2.9k influence. So I'd quite like to take another pot shot, if we can, at Enders. So who can we hire in? Ooh, it's a nice lot. It's very expensive. Let's take in these 2 bands. I suppose we... Let's leave them the thugs. And we will rally our own forces as well. And we'll bring them out to here. Just by the side of the manor. Our 3 units of crossbow and our 3 units of spear. Let's play the game. And the swordsmen are in the right place already. So we'll assemble them down there. And then we'll assemble our additional units of crossbowmen that are coming in down here as well. And right away, we're going to get on and claim Linek. Get our hired sword down here. Glad we got them. They would have been an unpleasant force to fight against. So the claim system obviously has been dodgy for us so far, but we do need to keep trying, because if we don't keep trying, eventually our regions are going to be the ones that get claimed. And there's not going to be much that we can do about it. Make sure all our troops are running to their assembly points. Gauntlets thrown down. Yeah. Where's the battle going to happen? Yeah. Oh. Looks like we're straight into combat. We'll set an aggressive stance. And we'll head in for the kill right away on their one unit. And we'll right back. Claims are non-negotiable. And these thugs do not stand a chance. It doesn't look like he's got any domestic forces he can bring in either. And straight away they're being slaughtered. Even before our troops make their way around the back. So they can figure out how that is. We'll make swift work of them. No domestic forces at all being raised. It's in the battle zone. And here comes the flanking force to crush them. They should break almost instantly. A couple of thugs. Hurrah! Oh, has it worked? Have we been successful? This is a positive cutscene, that's for sure. Oh, look at all our men. The thugs, a couple of thugs that survived running away. There's our manor, looking resplendent. There's a lady in the street. Some lightning in the background. Maybe she's a witch. Ah, ain't that nice. Victory. Alright, 3,000 days passed, 3,100. 445 constructions. In-game population 707, so not massive. We won a challenge, we lost a challenge. We killed 411 people, we lost 73 soldiers. And we had 49 dead villagers. That's quite a lot more than I thought we had, actually. Wonderful. Well, we have the entire region to ourselves. Let's get rid of these expensive mercenaries. We didn't need them all in the end anyway. And we will expand our own forces as well. Linek. Oh heck, does Linek have no fuel? Is it actually? Not very well managed, obviously. Okay, right. As lovely as this valley has been, we've won the game. Claim system has been a bit dodgy at the moment, so I think we'll wrap up our playthrough there. Perhaps next time we'll play on a little bit longer in sandbox mode. It might be the next playthrough we do will be a peaceful one anyway, because we don't want to be continuing to fight this claim system too much further. But for now, we'll leave it there with our prosperous Altbrook and the beginnings of a new settlement over here as Linek runs out of fuel. And I will see you all next time. Cheerio.
So famished, I swear they was blazed very more.